Bryant-Denny Stadium here in Tuscaloosa. It is a gorgeous day, a virtual cloudless sky, bright sunshine. Temperature is going to be climbing up into the 70-degree area before the day is done, and we're thrilled to have you along on Senior Day as we pay honor to the graduating seniors here at the University of Alabama. I'm Eli Gold. We've got Tyler Watts alongside, Christian Miller on the sidelines, both of whom have gone through their senior days here at the university. That's always a special day for you, Tyler.
It is. I thoroughly enjoy this day of watching these guys come out on the field, being recognized by their family, along with all the accomplishments that they've had over the course of their long career. This is a very winning class once again for the University of Alabama, and they'll be honored today.
You're listening to the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood Treatment Company. It's the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood is wood treated right. Let's take a look at all that's been going on as far as the Crimson Tide is concerned. They have won and won and won and won and won. They're 9-1 on the year right now, losing only to the Texas Longhorns in week number 2. Meanwhile, for the Lookouts, they've got me doing it here. They're talking about the baseball team in Chattanooga as the Lookouts. For the Mocs, they are 7-3. They lost their season opener at North Alabama. They lost to Western Carolina, and they lost to the Paladins of Furman. Otherwise, they have defeated Kennesaw State, the Citadel, Samford, Wofford. They beat the Mercer Bears, East Tennessee, and Virginia Military. So they are 7-3 on the year, members of the Southern Conference, a conference in which they are 6-2. If you're not familiar with the Southern Conference, Furman, Chattanooga, Mercer, Western Carolina, Samford, VMI, that's Virginia Military, Eastern Tennessee, Wofford, and the Citadel. They always step out of conference on a game like this, but they have got a tougher time than ever this time around, speaking of the Mocs, because their starting quarterback is out and injured and not expected to play at all today.
Yeah, Chase Artapias is not going to be available for the Moccasins here today in Tuscaloosa. That's a big loss for them. I was really excited about seeing him, quite honestly.
Yeah, he's a transfer from UCLA.
He does a lot of positive things, and watching him and some game film, he gets rid of the football quick, has a commanding understanding of this offense, and really is responsible for making it go. So it's a big loss there for the Mocs.
So they'll be starting a backup who is from the state of Alabama, Luke Schomburg. He's from Alabama. We'll also be seeing a third stringer who will be acting as the second string quarterback today. But we'll zero in on Chattanooga here in just a short while. But first, let's give you a scouting report on the Alabama Crimson Tide. And the scouting report today is brought to you, as always, from the mouth of Tyler Watts. Compliments of Cook's Pest Control. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You've played in these kind of games where you are a prohibitive favorite. How do you approach this and not get lackadaisical and getting set for a game such as this?
Well, it's really where you're relying on your senior leadership or your upperclassmen leadership, guys who have been through this in the past. They have an understanding of how still it's very important for you to prepare as you would for any other game and go out and execute properly. Now, we used to play these games at the beginning of the season. Alabama, traditionally though, here in the last 10, 12, 15 years, has started playing this type of game, this out-of-conference game, the week before the Iron Bowl, simply due to the fact you can't take an off week before the SEC Championship anymore. So it's a little later in the season. These guys are accustomed to it. But now with everything still ahead of them, this is still an important game, and you're looking for maturity out of your players to come out here and do what they're supposed to do.
Christian Miller, who is on the sidelines, is our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. It was, well, all the way back, I'm sure, time immemorium, but in my experience, it was back in the 90s when Gene Stallings said to me, if you don't think this game is tough and big, just go out and lose it and see how big it was. That's why you got to look out for these kind of games.
You definitely do, Eli. But you always have to keep the main thing, and that's playing to your level of football, right? You can't play down to the level of your opponent. You got to play to your standard, and that's exactly what I expect these guys to do. We've heard Coach talk a lot about that momentum that this team has been able to carry over the last few weeks, and you want to sustain that, especially going into a big matchup next week in the Iron Bowl. You want to be where your feet are, which is today, and that's facing these Mocs. So you got to go out there and play Alabama football. You know this is going to be a Super Bowl for these guys, so they're going to give it their all, but you got to show them why you are Alabama.
That's what Coach Saban said on Thursday night on his radio show. He said this is their game. This is their biggest game of the year. Again, we just ran down the schedule, and I don't know, their previous big game, if you will, was probably against Kennesaw State or something. This is a whole different animal, and you know that everything that's been saved up, and with the hope of maybe making it into the playoffs, because the FCS, the Football Championship Subdivision, will be picking their full field tomorrow. They'd love to do nothing better than upset the Crimson Tide.
They would love to, but most importantly, they want to have a good outing as well.
Yeah.
They want to make sure that they take care of their football players from a health standpoint. So if this thing kind of gets out of whack early on, look for them to start making some substitutions as well. But you know that these guys are going to come out here and play hard, especially to begin with. Now Christian and I can remember we were used to playing in front of large crowds eventually, but not that first time. And I remember the first time I was awestruck at just the magnitude of the stadium and all the fans and everything. And these guys are going to experience that today for Chattanooga, and they're going to enjoy it.
We're going to come right back and continue our pregame coverage as Alabama and Chattanooga get set to square off. This is going to be the 14th time ever that these two teams have met on the gridiron, a series at which Alabama has never lost. They're 13-0 against the Mocs. We're back in a moment here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the whoops. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends, surprise parties, camps, birthdays. The same way you plan for the important moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas. Congratulations on getting your diploma. You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate,
they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Alabama and Chattanooga here at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. And you know, for every Crimson Tide touchdown this season, Tito's Handmade Vodka will donate tickets this weekend, some 1,500 tickets to Vet Tix for active service members and veterans for seats to Bama home games. So a big thank you to our friends at Tito, a big roll Tide, and they also like us to sign on to the star of the game, one player that we need to look out for as this day continues. And what are your thoughts?
Someone who I've thoroughly enjoyed watching over the last several weeks when they finally got their opportunity to crack into the starting lineups is the right guard, Jaden Roberts. He has really been a force in establishing this running attack for the Alabama offense.
He's powerful.
He's done an incredible job. First of all, he's a big specimen. He's a huge human being. But he moves his feet well, and when he locks in on you, he does a great job of opening up some massive holes for these running backs.
So it'll be the honor of Jaden Roberts, the big guy from Houston, Texas, who is going to be our Tito's star to watch here today. Now let's take a look at the pregame starting lineups, brought to you by Walk-On Sports Bistro. Walk-Ons puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with, of course, a taste of Louisiana. Visit a location in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant, and really no significant changes for the Crimson Tide offensively here today.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate over the last several weeks to walk away from these games relatively healthy. Of course, had a little bit of a scare last week in Kentucky with Jalen Milroe, but he was able to finish the game and appears to be fine in pregame warm-ups as well. So all in all, for this time of the year, relatively healthy.
Defensively for Chattanooga, when we take a look at the FCS standings, that's the Football Championship subdivision, they are in the 25 to 40 range nationally on all of their numbers. They are, however, in the Southern Conference, first, second, third, and in the case of rushing defense, fourth best overall. So in their scheme of things, they're not a bad ball club.
Very opportunistic. They like to get takeaways. Pretty good secondary, a lot of experience back there. The front end is probably undersized for Alabama, an opponent like Alabama, but they're quick, they're fast, they get after it. And at this level, that's all you can really ask for out of your players. So all in all, you're exactly right. For their conference, a very formidable opponent.
For the other side of the ball, the big story, we've already touched on it. Chase Artopius, their starting quarterback, is out injured. He will not play today. Luke Schaumburg, a young man from Sparkman High School in Huntsville, Alabama, will be getting the start. Everything else, however, remains as has been. We're not going to list all the names right here because, quite frankly, you don't maybe know all of those names, and we'll expound upon them as the game goes along. But Schaumburg is 3 of 6 passing. That's right, just 3 of 6 passing, and he has carried the ball one time, scrambling for his life for a loss of 15 yards. So there's very little of a scouting report on the young man.
Hey, big guy, you're getting a start. Can you imagine what that conversation was like?
Yeah.
Congratulations. We're going to start you this week. All right. Against Alabama. Oh, no.
Matthew Clement is the backup quarterback today. He is a freshman, 6'4", 217 from Maryville, Tennessee, and he has no experience quarterbacking the Moccasin.
And at that point, you're almost just trying to figure out, or what can we do to get out of here? If you start seeing Clemmer come into the game, is to build experience for the future for this Mocs team.
For Alabama defense, no changes from what we've been talking about. Of course, the honors keep rolling in for Dallas Turner, now a semifinalist for the Lombardi Award, the Bednarik Award, the Maxwell Award, the Lott Award. I mean, there's all sorts of honors flowing in the direction of the strong side linebacker, but otherwise everybody we've seen is pretty much the same.
Probably no Deontay Lawson once again.
Yeah.
He'll be out. So Jahad Campbell will get the nod once again. He's played excellent the last couple of weeks, so it'll be good for him to continue to get that experience under his belt. But you're right. The more you play, the better this defense has gotten. Now you start seeing some of those guys being on these watch lists.
We are now just about 15 minutes away from kickoff, presented by Beatbox. Each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, is gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. And let's take a quick trip downstairs again and visit our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, former Bama player and NFL standout Christian Miller. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Christian, welcome back in. How did you approach a game of this magnitude, if I can use that descriptive?
Well, Eli, I try my best to keep everything the same each week, and Coach Saban does a really good job of harping on that. I mean, he uses examples from guys like Kobe Bryant, and when they come to speak to us, and then they always say the same message. You can't play to the level of your opponent. You got to dominate everybody that you play. It doesn't matter how good they are, how bad they are. It has to be the same every week. So you don't want to change your preparation. You want to prepare the same way as if you're going out and playing a championship every single week. And so that's how I try to approach it. I would try to keep the same practice habits, and I would just know, this is no different. I just get another opportunity to play football, and that's all that matters. And you got to do a good job, vocalizing that to the younger guys, right? And let them know that, hey, This is an opportunity that you guys can get in and earn some reps if we take care of business. So typically, as long as you go out there and play the way you should play, it should be a fun outing. A lot of guys should get to play football. We should walk away hopefully healthy as well.
And as Tyler was saying a little while ago, we are not likely to see Deontay Lawson. Give him another week. The Butkus semifinalist. Give him another week to recover before the Auburn game next Saturday. What about calling the signals on defense? How have you seen that slack be picked up with Deontay on the shelf?
Well, you've got guys like Jahad Campbell, Tresman Marshall, two guys that have gotten a lot of experience this season playing both inside linebacker positions. They've done a really nice job helping everybody get lined up pre-snap. But honestly, it takes all 11 guys on the field to be able to communicate together. It starts at the back end. Those secondary guys, they can see the whole formation, the whole personnel ahead of time. So they got to communicate as well. And as long as everybody's on the same page and they're working in unison to get the calls together and work together, typically things work out well. So a lot of people have stepped up in his place because that definitely is a big loss. He's the head of the defense. He's the quarterback of your defense.
Sure.
But two guys have stepped up tremendously, Eli, and Jahad Campbell and Tresman Marshall getting the job done with Deontay Lawson now.
I was also thrilled to see Caleb Downs get honored as a semifinalist for the Sean Alexander Award, which, Tyler, goes to the top freshman in all of America. And we've seen him develop from game one to where we are right now. It was nice to see the rest of America take note.
Well, and it even started before then during the preseason scrimmages where we really recognized number 2 out there in the secondary is like, who is that guy right there? Well, he has done a tremendous job of just getting better and better. He had a couple of struggles against Texas, but learned from that and has been just solid on the back end for this Alabama defense.
So those are some of the players we'll be talking about over the course of today. We'll also be talking about Annie Jackson. Annie is going to be today's Salute to Service honoree. The Salute to Service is presented each and every week by Royal Furniture, and we thank Annie and all those who have been participating in our nation's protection through their military service. Today's game day weather and field conditions. The field conditions are outstanding. Protected, as you'd expect the field was, by the crew here. They have had no major rain to deal with, so the turf is in outstanding shape. There is not a cloud in the sky right now. Looking overhead, Bryant-Denny Stadium, it is a gorgeous day. Bright blue skies, and we are thrilled that we've got ourselves a wonderful day, and it's all presented by Alpha Insurance. You can protect your car's home, life, and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporter of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. Right now, the $1 Million Band is on the field. They are going to enter and entertain the crowd. We've also got our national anthem coming up shortly, and then that will be followed by our Senior Day celebration here as we all collectively honor the graduating seniors playing their final game at Bryant-Denny Stadium. So that's coming up next. Alabama and Chattanooga coming your way right here on this station on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Alabama football is also brought to you by Guthries, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. Score big deals at Baumhauer's this football season and order from our Inflation Bites menu. Try our Buffalo Wing Special with fries and a complimentary beverage for only $9.99. And what's football without a cold beer? Our pitchers of Yingling and Yingling Flight are only $7.99, served all day, 7 days a week. And huddle up, football fans. Sign up today for our free NFL Pick'em contest at Baumhauers.com for weekly prizes. Baumhauers, legendary fun and legendary food.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the Capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDominoes.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago.
I require a plant-based diet.
To making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross!
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Last week, at this rather early hour, the Alabama Crimson Tide saw to it that the Cats from Kentucky ran out of lives.
Fiery downfield, has a man, catch is made, touchdown Alabama.
Assuring that the most recent SEC Western Division champion was the same as the first.
Alabama will get an 11-0 season. Dean Sterling
glorious accomplishment for a team that was doubted from the very start and has stutter-stepped to this very moment. Such is the thing that we call the process. This team has grown, evolved, and improved throughout the season. But now comes the tough part. To continue that upward trajectory and keep this Bama train on the track all the way to Atlanta in 2 weeks. But there are roadblocks ahead. First up, the Mocs from the University of Tennessee, yes, I said it, at Chattanooga. On paper, it looks easy. But to reuse the line, first used on these airwaves by the great coach Gene Stallings, and lately paraphrased a few thousand times this week by Coach Nick Saban. If you don't think this game is important, just lose it and see how big it was. Bottom line, it's another step towards where Bama wants to be. And it's the final Bryant-Denny Stadium appearance for a remarkable senior class. Bama and the Mocs. Next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now turn it up. It's game time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bryant-Denny Stadium. We're on the field right now. The players who are seniors and their families are lined up shoulder to shoulder, and Coach Nick Saban is making his way from family to family, predicting greatness for these players in whatever they choose to do in the future years. Right now, Jalen Key and his family meeting with the coach. They are giving Jalen a football. Let's listen in downstairs.
Father Marcus Burton and family. Linebacker number 17, Tresman Marshall.
From Homerville, Georgia. He's been dealing with some injuries.
McClellan. Running back number 2, Jace McClellan.
He's had quite a year.
Love watching him run.
Alabama with his parents, Mike and Brenda McDougal. Defensive back number 45, Caleb McDougal.
A lot of these young men who are on the scout team.
His parents, John and Susie McLaughlin, and family. Center number 56, Seth McLaughlin.
He has improved after a tough start.
Came in a couple of years ago in the Iron Bowl and played outstanding.
Getting more in family. Defensive back number 13, Malachi Moore.
From Trussville, Alabama. Had 8 tackles against South Florida.
With his wife, Amelia Reichert. Mother, Dana Swanner, and family. Kicker number 16, Will Reichert.
Will Reichert, some 21 points shy of being the NCAA's all-time leading scorer. As everybody being honored today, Q Robinson now being presented a football by the coach.
With his parents, Dan and Jane Skehan and family. Tight end number 44, Charlie Skehan.
Again, some of these names may not mean much to you, but when they prepare their teammates for a game, they do a heck of a job as part of that scout team unit.
Yeah, extremely important, the contributions that they provide on a weekly basis. And it is much appreciated in that locker room.
His parents, Richard and Ethel Smith and family. Defensive lineman number 50, Tim Smith.
He's an outstanding one, big number 50. We're going to miss him.
His parents, Michael and Denise Thorsland and family. Tight end number 47, Adam Thorsland.
Coach Saban standing next to Adam Thorsland. Now Bennett Wisenhunt.
Linebacker number 55, Bennett Wisenhunt. With his parents, Roy and Monique Williams and family. Running back number 5, Roydell Williams.
He's a stud.
He is. I remember him in high school calling a couple of his games. Huge contributor.
His mother Leah and his father Lee and family. Receiver number 37, Sam Willoughby.
And again, all of these names, it takes this entire village to make this Crimson Tide team go. The seniors that are being honored here today as part of Senior Day at Bryant-Denny Stadium. And now with that portion of the Senior Day presentation having concluded, the players and coaches now trotting back to the locker room as the $1 Million Band continues to stand in formation on the gridiron. But a nice honor for these seniors as they are applauded and saluted by the fans in attendance. Now the fans being asked to rise as Annie Jackson, who we spoke of earlier, is to be honored here as the Salute to Service winner presented by Royal Furniture.
Legion of Merit, Meritorious Service Medal with 6 oak leaf clusters, the Army Commendation Medal with 2 oak leaf clusters, the Army Achievement Medal with 8 oak leaf clusters, a parachutist badge, a Bronze Star, and was the Training and Doctrine Instructor of the Year. Sergeant Jackson was the first and only female chaplain assistant to be assigned and serve at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Royal Furniture is proud to join Alabama Athletics in thanking Master Sergeant Annie Jackson for her service to our country.
And getting a much-deserved round of applause here.
By the Air Force ROTC. Please remove your hats and join in singing.
As the Air Force ROTC carries the colors out to midfield, here is our national anthem. Anthem. And you know what, Tyler, I'm just looking here in front of our press box location. You got a Julio Jones jersey there, another one over here, Kenny Stabler jersey, Derrick Henry jerseys, Bryce Young. It's amazing.
Just Tyler Watts right down there.
Where?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but no, in all seriousness, I mean, it's amazing the talent that has come to Tuscaloosa over the years. And the fans have bought, and we do laugh because you are an outstanding contributor to the university.
Do we laugh at that comment about me being an outstanding contributor?
No, you were. Don't denigrate what you've done here. But
it is cool, though.
It is cool.
And
you
even
look everywhere.
My kids still carry and wear some of the older guys. Well, old to us.
Yeah.
Hadn't played here in a while, older to these players. But it still means a lot, and I think that's what really makes this university special.
It really does. We look down there at Tua jerseys. There's a Vogler jersey. Brian Vogler, a former tight end here for the University of Alabama. So it's nice when you can look down and just have a history book of lessons and greatness laid out in front of you.
It is pretty neat.
It really is. The $1 Million Band now making their way into formation to welcome the players onto the field. Big Al is out there. He is dancing up a storm at the 10-yard line. Of course, coming out in just a moment will be Luke Mumphrey from Huntsville. Luke will be joining us today, courtesy of Barclay GMC and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Alabama. We welcome Luke Mumphrey to Bryant-Denny Stadium for today's game. And we'll have the toss of the coin coming up here in just a moment or so. Lee Hedrick is going to be the referee in charge of this Southeastern Conference crew. Lee Hedrick with John Shorts serving as the umpire. Christopher Hess is the headline judge. The line judge is Chuck Rice. The field judge is Scott Melanson. The side judge, Michael Williams. Brett Toney is the back judge. And the center judge will be Mike Block. The replay official today, one of the veterans in that department, John Bible, as we see the Moccasins having made their way onto the field. They have white jerseys and very pale yellow numbers. And now here comes the Crimson Tide squad marching up the tunnel, heading towards the gridiron. And they are greeted by a volcano of sound that erupts as they step out of the tunnel to the delight of the fans here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Welcome back, everybody. Eli Gold, Tyler Watts to my right, Christian Miller downstairs across the way on the Alabama sidelines. Christian, of course, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. He's down there, Christian is, with Luke Mumphrey and our microphone as we get set to listen to referee Lee Hedrick.
UTC, what is your choice? Tails. The choice by UTC is tails. Here we go. It is tails. UTC, you have won the toss. You want to defer. You want to defer the second half. Hold tight right here. UTC deferred their decision until the second half.
So Chattanooga wins the toss. They defer to the second half. As you have been listening to the Everwood.
Alabama will receive the opening kickoff.
You have been listening to the Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood is wood treated right. When did things change that teams started picking tails? I mean, it used to, back in the day, take an act of God for you not to pick heads on the toss of a coin. When did that change?
Must have been 25 years ago, because when I was playing, we always picked tails. In fact, you got scolded if you ever picked heads.
Really? Okay. Well,
there's only two choices.
I didn't realize that.
And depending on who you are, you're always wrong.
That's true. That's me. But we are set. I know that's one thing is for sure. We're set for Alabama football here today, and we're thrilled to have you along. Chattanooga, out of the Southern Conference, with a record of 7-3, 6-2 in SoCon play against Alabama, 9-1, 7-0 in the Southeastern Conference. Again, it's white jerseys, white pants with pale yellow numbers for Chattanooga. White helmets with the yellow C trimmed in blue on the headgear. Bama here at home in the crimson jerseys over the white pants. As the kickoff sends Kendrick Law back 3 yards deep. He comes right up the middle, 20, 25, bounces off 3 men, backpedals to the 30, and now to the 33-yard line. It'll be a 33-yard return for Kendrick Law, as the Crimson Tide will have good field position now to begin their first possession of the day. Bama's white pants having those red stripes down the outside of the pant leg. Crimson headgear with a white stripe down the middle of the helmets, and the player's uniform number on the side of the headgear. Jace McClellan is the running back for Alabama. Play action fake. Milroe going long, looking for Jermaine Burton. He's got him at the 11-yard line. And bang, right for the jugular they went. That is going to be a 56-yard pickup and the first down of the ball game. That is sponsored by ATIX. Remember, folks, let ATIX be your ticket connection to all Alabama football games. ATIX is the ticket. Great folks to deal with. Here now, Jace McClellan lined up to the left side of Milroe. They'll snap it from the 11. Handoff to Jace. He'll get a yard to the 10. I'm not surprised that Bama went for the jugular on the first play like that.
You got to imagine the Mocs very amped up, ready to pin their ears back and get upfield. So, yeah, nice little play action. Great protection up front. And I tell you, Jalen Milroe had his choice there on that opening play. He also had Isaiah Bond wide open in the secondary as well.
Now, on a 2nd down and 9. Empty backfield as McClellan vacates to the left flank. Here's Milroe looking, throws to the 5. Taking a hit after making the catch is Isaiah Bond. And it'll be spotted out of bounds at about the 8-yard line. So Alabama now will be looking at a 3rd down from there. 3rd and about 2, maybe 3. McClellan lined up wide of the quarterback to the left side. Milroe gets the snap, fires a bullet. Touchdown, Alabama. Jermaine Burton at the back line of the end zone. And Alabama has, in a minute and 56 seconds, scored the first touchdown of the day.
Yeah, Jermaine Burton obviously under the weather last week in Lexington. I'm not sure that he didn't travel, but he didn't play at all. Boy, he's making up for lost time here early on with 2 receptions, 1 for a touchdown early in this game.
So the Crimson Tide on top 6-0. Here comes Will Reichard to attempt the extra point. And he is now 20 points away from being the all-time leading scorer in NCAA history. Milroe on a 5-yard touchdown throw. And a great performance by Jermaine Burton. And Alabama's now on top 7-0. The Bromberg scoring drive. 4 plays, 67 yards in a minute and 47 seconds.
Great to see that 5-yard touchdown pass. Bama just scored from the Chick-fil-A Red Zone. You can download the Chick-fil-A app to claim your free Chick-fil-A offer by midnight tonight. Offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A restaurants next week, Monday through Friday.
Thank you, Roger. You wonder how demoralizing that had to be for Chattanooga.
Or just, wow, we knew they were fast, but that was a little more speed than we're accustomed to.
Samoy Mays is deep on the far side, and Javin Watley is deep to the near side. Football sails. Moyes says fair catch, and it is going to be Chattanooga football after that kickoff. So Alabama on top by a score of 7-0.
Now this Mocs offense, though, they do have a couple of receivers with 50 or more catches on the season. That's a big feat right there. They have some weapons that they want to try to get the ball in their hands.
Now Mays has 53 catches. Phillips has 50. Watley has 44. And again, Luke Schomburg is the quarterback. with Artepius out injured. Schomburg gets the snap. He looks, throws right through the hands of the intended receiver, Watley, on the near sideline, and it goes sailing incomplete. It'll be a 2nd down and 10. Schomburg, again, is a freshman from Huntsville's Sparkman High School. He has, on the season, completed 3 passes in 6 attempts. He has run the ball once for a loss of 15 yards. And again, he's in for the injured starter, Chase Artepius. Here now Schomburg on the give to the tailback. And looking for running room is Gino Appleberry. And Appleberry gets out close to the 28-yard line before he's stacked up by the Alabama defense. Brings up a 3rd down and 8 for the Mocs.
Speed rushers for Alabama now checking in. Chris Braswell out on the field. Also bringing in Trey Amos at the cornerback position.
Running backs to either side of Schomburg. 2 wideouts to the left side. And a man in motion. Watley comes to the near side. Play action and a throw across the middle. Ball tipped in the air. Everybody dives forward at the 45-yard line, but no one able to come up with it. But great hustle on the part of Sam Phillips, who dove to try and make the catch off the deflect, but could not.
That ball went about 30 yards in the air and traveled about 40 yards or 20 yards from where it made contact.
Yep.
That shows how much zip that ball had on it.
Clayton Cryle is the punter. Kool-Aid McKinstry standing back. Here's a spiraling kick. Kool-Aid says fair catch, and he'll make the grab at his own 30-yard line. And we have got timeout. Alabama on the first possession of the ball game. Take 1 minute and 47 seconds. They take a 7-0 lead and then get the ball right back from the Moccasins. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
Every Alabama tailgate has food, but when you bring Hellman's to your tailgate, the buffalo chicken dip makes the Crimson Tide drool. That pimento cheese dip isn't just tasty, it's legendary. And the burgers, those are the tailgate MVPs. With a squeeze of creamy, delicious Hellman's, every bite is a taste touchdown. Hellman's, official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics.
Dos Equis knows college football game day is filled with iconic traditions. The fight songs, the mascots, the rivalries. The pregame text to your ex for her dad's cable login so you and your buddy can stream the game even though you promised last season you were just about to get your own subscription. Whatever your game day ritual is, make sure you're doing it with a real one. Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2023 Dos Equis. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
12:04 left to go in the first quarter. Alabama 7, Chattanooga nothing. We just saw the Crimson Tide defense get a 3-and-out against the Mocs. That big-time stop by Bama, presented by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide with 13 locations all across the Southeast to keep your business rolling. Again today, it's Alabama against Chattanooga as we come to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money, and once again on the call, Eli Gold.
Roger, thank you. It was great to just see our honorary captains getting a nice ovation here. Van and Lee Tiffin, two of the great kickers in University of Alabama history. And, of course, the kick in the Iron Bowl that Van booted for 52 yards.
So obviously always a little trash talk between father and son. Do you think that Lee ever says, Dad, if I'd had a 3-inch tee I could kick off, I'd still be playing?
Exactly right. Great to see the two of them, though. They both are very, very successful businessmen with the Tiffin Motorhome Company and the truck centers and all else that they have got going on. And it was wonderful to see them here. All right, Alabama going to work 1st and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Here's the toss. Law around the right side, gets tripped up as he crosses the 30 and gets out to the 33-yard line. Pick up of 3 on the play.
So Kendrick Law has become more and more a part of this offense the last several weeks, and they're utilizing him on that speed sweep because he is so electric when he gets the ball in his hands, able to elude one tackler, and then unfortunately the grass got him.
The turf monster. Here now, the 2nd down and 9. The snap, it's low, but it's picked up, and then a handoff, and up the middle to the 35-yard line. Jace McClellan. He is grabbed by Kobe Joseph as he goes by, and he puts him down, brings up a 3rd down. Bama 1 of 1 in 3rd down conversions today. Alabama 72 passing yards. 67 passing yards and 5 rushing yards. Tight end Nye Black in motion to the right side of the formation, and across the middle the throw goes that way. He'll make the grab, a spin across midfield into mock territory down to the 46-yard line, and you saw that one coming from up here.
Wide open as Nye Black releases. No one covers him. But more impressed is Jay Person is a very good defensive end for the Mocs. And Caden Proctor had him one-on-one, one of their speed rushers, and did an excellent job of moving his feet and not allowing Person to get to Jalen Milroe.
Now with 3 wides to the near side and a single setback to the left rear of the quarterback. Here's Bama with a 1st and 10. Ball at the 46. Play action. Milroe, tons of time. Looks long. There's number 3. Jermaine Burton makes the grab, and he steps out at the 1.5-yard line. 44 yards from 45 yards away.
Oh, and that's when he's going to catch a ribbon watching film. Jermaine Burton does a great job of creating separation there in the secondary. One-on-one versus the safety, and just left him in his tracks. Could have easily walked in, and for sure, I guess he just lost track of where he was.
Either that or his momentum was such on the angle towards the corner that he didn't want to risk making the hard break there. Here now, Jace McClellan. He gets the handoff, charges forward, and the tush-push. Does he get in? Let's see.
Yes.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. The tush-push. You know, that's another statement I never thought I'd hear myself make.
Yet here you are.
Over the years.
He did not get it on the initial urge, but just kept, he did a couple of spins there at the line of scrimmage and then got some help from those offensive linemen.
Jace McClellan capping off a Bromberg scoring drive of 5 plays, 70 yards in 2 minutes and 37 seconds. The officials are giving it a review. All scoring plays are reviewed from the booth, and they're making sure that he got in. And he did, and now the extra point try by Will Reichard. The kick is good, and Will now 19 points away from being the all-time leading scorer in NCAA history. We've got timeout here in Tuscaloosa. It's Alabama on top, 14-0. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? The DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Alabama 14 and Chattanooga nothing. We still have 9:27 left to go in the first quarter. Just saw a 2-yard touchdown run by Jace McClellan. So the Crimson Tide, with that rushing touchdown, you can score a free donut with a purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Bama runs on Dunkin'.
That's what I need, man. A free donut.
Same here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. Let's go waddle down to the nearest Dunkin' and pick it up.
It's free.
Yes, it is. 14-0. Alabama over Chattanooga. Impressive. You know, we were saying I don't expect we'll see much passing today. You know, run the clock, be done with it, and get out of here with no more injuries. It'll be interesting to see how this game plays out.
Right, obviously you want to stay within your game plan and continue to take advantage of what the defense is doing, but you do want this thing to progress a little bit. I don't think that the play calling, though, is going to change.
No.
Just yet.
And if you got guys wide open, sure, you just got to take advantage of it.
Get up 35-42, something like that, then we'll kind of pull the foot off the accelerator.
It was a touchback on the kick. So Chattanooga now comes back to the line of scrimmage. From the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. The Mocs in their white uniforms. A yellow number trimmed very lightly in dark blue. Gino Appleberry is the tailback behind, or now alongside, Luke Schomburg. Here's Schomburg's throw on the screen to the right side, and very little running room, if any, right there for UTC. Jamoy Mays on the reception there as they get to the near sideline. It'll be no pick. Let's see, what did I say? About 3 yards is where they post the football. So it'll be a 2nd down and 7. Substitutions now for head coach Rusty Wright. Justin Aboigbe there for Alabama as well defensively. On the 2nd and 7. Empty backfield. 3 wides to the far side. Schomburg, oh, Lord have mercy. And he is going to draw a flag as Chris Braswell, the Jack linebacker, came charging in. And now is there going to be a targeting call? My goodness gracious.
Personal foul, targeting on the defense. That play is in the video review.
That was referee Lee Hedrick. Well, nobody picked up Braswell. That was point number 1.
Yeah.
He came right through, and nobody picked him up. And we're watching the replay now.
And Christian, I don't know that you had a better view, but it was almost like even Braswell was
surprised
pretty shocked that he got there that quick.
Yeah. Oh, well, I had probably the best view. I watched that whole thing happen. He came screaming off the edge, unblocked. And he tried to put his forearms out first, but I'll be honest, it's hard for them to reverse this one. His head led first, and it smacked into the quarterback's head. I heard the contact. I hate it for Braswell. He's one of my favorites. I talk to him all the time. But unfortunately, it looks like he's probably going to be out of this ball game. The good news is, at least, if there isn't any good news, that it's for this half. And he won't miss any time against Auburn. But I hate that for a guy who this is probably his last time playing in Bryant-Denny Stadium, because he was trying to make a good football play. He just needs to move his head to the left and try to
After video review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It's targeting with the crown of the helmet. Number 41 of the defense has been disqualified.
Yeah, so he will be out for the remainder of today. And you're right, Christian. At least it happened, if it had to happen, at least it happened here in the first half. So he will be available for the entire Iron Bowl. But boy, oh boy, did he get through there like a rocket.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Schomburg trying to figure out who was supposed to pick him up and what happened as they were picking up Schomburg. All right, 1st and 10. Chattanooga, ball on their own 44. 8:38 to go in the quarter. Alabama leads 14-0. Appleberry on the handoff, and he'll go forward and gets out to the 45, picks up a yard. Justin Aboigbe and Marshall combining on the stop.
And that play was intended to go all the way outside on the left line of scrimmage for the Mocs. But because of penetration by the Alabama front four and the linebacker stepping up, Trez Marshall, he had no choice but to cut it back, and Justin Aboigbe was completely unblocked.
Sam Phillips now comes wide to the near side, one of 3 wideouts for the Mocs. Schomburg brings a man back in. Play action fake, a throw low and incomplete. He was looking for the man we had just talked about, Sam Phillips. But it was a low throw, low relative speaking. It was around his knees, and he just couldn't hang on.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go with the football, though. It was either get sacked or throw it away out of bounds. At least you're giving your guy an option right there. Trez Marshall right there as the ball was being thrown as well.
They are nothing of one. The Mocs are in 3rd down conversions. Looking now at a 3rd and 9. 7:47 to go in the first. 14-0 Alabama between the hash marks. There's the snap to Schomburg. He'll throw on the near side, and it is short, intended for Javin Watley, and it was incomplete. And again, there was no time for the quarterback to work.
Because Watley actually did a really good job against Terry and Arnold of creating separation and actually got a step on him about 15, 20 yards downfield. The ball's thrown over the top. Potentially could have been a completion. Instead, because of the pressure, had to get rid of it quickly, and it's underthrown.
Cryle with another punch. He had a 43-yarder earlier. This one sends Kool-Aid all the way back to the 3. He'll find a little opening and then lost the ball. Gets it back at the 10-yard line. So it is going to be Alabama's ball. A 52-yard punt. And starts the Tide now from the 10. Let's see what Kool-Aid...
Risky to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Building that ball inside the 5-yard line, and it did just get stripped away with him. Jam Miller. We call Jam Miller's name a lot on special teams. Whether it's kick cover or now punt return, able to fall on that ball and prevent the turnover.
Nick Saban and Kool-Aid talking on the sidelines, discussing that fumble that Alabama did get back. So now a 1st and 10 for the Tide, starting at the 9-yard line. Here's the handoff. Roydell Williams gets out across the 10 to about the 12-yard line. Pickup of 3 on the play. 7:16 time remaining in the first quarter. Alabama with a 67 and a 70-yard drive thus far. Here's Jam Miller in the lineup now. Here's the snap and the give to Jam. He'll angle to the right side. That's his favorite side. And he'll take it out to the 27-yard line. Tyler Booker, the left guard, threw a nice block to open that running lane up.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch Tyler Booker and Jaden Roberts at those two respective guard positions. They'll pull, they'll get up on the linebacker levels, they'll kick out. They do a really nice job with their feet of creating some lanes.
So now with 6:31 remaining in the quarter, here's a man in motion, the tight end, play action fake. It's dumped off to the near side where Malik Benson gets taken down at the knees and is put down quickly by good coverage on the part of Cam Brown, the cornerback from Mobile's Theodore High School.
Might be a play that Alabama comes back to as well, because Cam Brown came out of coverage against Knobloch, who was in motion there on the edge. So he's going down the sideline. Maybe Alabama can come back to that and hit it for a big gainer.
Here's Roydell checking back in. Jam Miller sits. Here's the fake toss, and now the throw across to the near side. It's caught by Jalen Hale, and he steps out of bounds with another Alabama first down. Those banked first downs adding up, a 29-yard pickup, and for Alabama, that is the 6th banked first down of the afternoon.
I tell you, and if that ball's thrown just a hair quicker,
he's gone.
From Jalen Milroe, Hale has time to catch it and advance it probably for a touchdown.
Yeah. Now Robbie Oots in motion. He goes to the right side of the formation. Here's the snap and the handoff. Roydell gets tripped up as he goes. C.J. Dupree had a bit of a nice block there, but things just kind of fell the wrong way, and the runner got taken down.
Still a nice gain, though, on first down, picking up about 5 yards.
5 minutes remaining, opening quarter. Alabama leads 14-0 on 2 Milroe touchdown passes, and they were beauties. Now, between off the near hash mark and near the midfield logo, Milroe waits. He's got a running back to his right rear. 2 wideouts to the right. Here's the give, and Roydell gets inside the 40 down to the 39-yard line. That'll be maybe a yard pickup, if any. Oots was leaving. Now he comes back, and Amari Nyblack will leave to the far side. Bama 2 of 2 in third down conversions. Here's a 3rd and 5. Ball at the 39 of Chattanooga. In motion. Here's the give. Roydell has running room. He deeks around 2 defenders, and he carries 3 others for a first down inside the 25 to the 24-yard line.
Boy, a really shifty run there by Roydell Williams. Made a guy miss, a linebacker there at the line of scrimmage, and then took on a safety and absolutely left him in his shoes as well. I mean, just an outstanding job of shiftiness.
So the big pickup there has a 1st and 10 Alabama from the Moccasin 24-yard line. Motion, C.J. Dupree towards the formation. Here's the keeper by Milroe after a fake give on the inside. And he'll get run out of bounds at the 19-yard line. Picks up 5 on the play. Cam Brown, the cornerback from Mobile's Theodore High School, stayed with the play and made the tackle.
Yeah, Josh Battle, a safety, and Cam Brown, a corner, seem to be making more tackles than anybody else in this mock. So that's not a good sign.
So Alabama now in the Chick-fil-A red zone, snapping it from the 19. Jam Miller gets the toss in the right flat. He finds running room and gets tripped up as he crosses the 15-yard line and stumbles down to the 14.
First time we've seen the option all year long, the true traditional option where you're pitching it. And he really didn't run down a defensive end or a linebacker, but he still pitched it, so it counts as an option play.
Yeah. Jordan Walker, the strong safety, was the man who read it and stayed with the play. But again, Alabama had enough there to pick up the first down. So a 1st and 10 now. Tide leading 14-0. 2:16 to go. Here's Milroe. Looks left, throws. It is caught a little bit up high, but nevertheless, a nice catch by Malik Benson. They'll give him forward progress down to the 12-yard line. So a pickup of a couple on the play.
He had Isaiah Bond on the corner route, but the corner was starting to drift back and kind of take that away. So Jalen Milroe did not force it, hit the underneath, coming from the backside. It's a good pickup on first down, especially inside the red zone. You got to be careful with the football. No sacks, no turnovers.
Marlon Taylor checks in for Chattanooga on the defensive front. Alabama now with Milroe on the give to Roydell. Nothing up the middle. He kicks it to his left. He'll outrace everybody. He is in for the touchdown. It'll be a 10-yard run for Roydell Williams. And when there was nothing one way, he kicked it the other way, and Alabama's up 20-0.
Yeah, you say that there's nothing one way. I think contact was made after about a 4-yard gain, but you're right. As far as any defender having an opportunity to get their hands on Roydell, it just wasn't happening. He bounced it to the backside, over pursuit by the Mocs, and he's able to walk it in for a score. Don't you love seeing the seniors score?
Yes,
on
senior day. Here's Will Reichard trying to pick up his third point of the day, which he does. And he's now down to 18 points needed. 18 points needed before he is the #1 all-time scorer in NCAA history. The Bromberg scoring drive will be 11 plays, 90 yards. It took 5 minutes and 59 seconds off the clock. And Alabama now on top by a score of 21-0 here at Bryant-Denny Stadium on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your game face on and roll Tide with Shoe Station. As a proud sponsor of Alabama football, Shoe Station is the place to shop for game day style and trends. With a store in Tuscaloosa, 2 convenient locations in Birmingham, and stores all over the Gulf Coast, you can score big with our massive assortment of men's, women's, and kids' shoes from all the top brands. Check out shoestation.com/Bama today to shop game day ready shoes. Shoestation.com/Bama.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through December 5th, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"Where are you going? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Minute 30 left to go in this first quarter. Alabama 21 and Chattanooga nothing. Again, with a minute 30 left in the first quarter. Any injury timeout that we do have today will be brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Again, Alabama trying to keep injuries to a minimum in this ballgame, keep everybody healthy, Eli, for what's ahead the next few weeks.
Exactly so. And that's how much of that is because a player doesn't give 100% on a game where they feel, well, you know, we just get through this. Because you tend to see more injuries in games like that than otherwise.
Yeah, where you're loafing around and things of that nature. Look, injuries are part of it. They're going to happen naturally. But unfortunately, there's people like Christian Miller who are looking for people to clean up around a pile. So if you're don't have your head on a swivel and you're not playing 100%, people like Christian are going to earhole you.
I don't know who you think I am, Tyler. Actually, you know what? One of my first plays here, when we opened up with Wisconsin in 2015, I actually did earhole a guy on a crackback block on punt. However, I didn't try to kill the guy. I just was trying to make a good football play. But back then it was legal. Now you can't do that.
I hear ya. That's Christian Miller, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Javin Watley signals fair catch on the kickoff. It'll be the third kick and the third touchback off the foot of Will Riker. So Alabama with a comfortable first quarter lead of 21-0. And Chattanooga will start 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. White uniforms, jerseys and pants. Yellow number trimmed in blue, white headgear. Here's the handoff and limited running room for Gino Appleberry. They'll stand him up at the 28-yard line, so it'll be a 3-yard pickup on the play.
So Kendrick Blackshire came in for Trez Marshall, immediately gets in on the tackle. You also have basically an entirely new defensive front with Jamarian Latham, Tim Smith. Who else is out there? Damon Payne.
Damon Payne. On a second down play. 2nd and 8. Play action fake. Throwing across the middle. Incomplete. The ball is off the legs of Jamoy Mays, who had double coverage. By the way, right now, Schomburg, the quarterback for Chattanooga, is 1 of 6 passing. Alabama's Jalen Milroe is 9 for 9. And third down plays, Chattanooga nothing of 2. And here they go on a 3rd and 7. The ball's at their own 28. 48 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Man in motion. Schomburg on the inside give. And Alabama not fooled at all, Christian.
Yeah, Eli, I had to note this. Safety Devontae Smith, not to be confused with Eagles wide receiver Devontae Smith, is seeing his first action of the season after suffering a foot injury in the preseason. The guy that was receiving first-team reps before the injury is now back and available for Alabama secondary right in time before some key matchups against Auburn and Georgia in the coming weeks.
And that's good. I mean, we're seeing a lot of people contributing early here in the course of this game, and depth is very important down the home stretch.
Here now again, Clayton Cryle to punt it away. It is taken by the Crimson Tide, and Downs will down it at the 27-yard line. Caleb Downs in for Kool-Aid McKinstry, who had bobbled that return earlier, though he did get it back. So the Crimson Tide now, with 2 seconds to go in the quarter, have a 21-0 lead. And they will start from their own 28. In the shotgun, here's Milroe. Tight end in motion. Tight end deploys. They come to the near side. Isaiah Bond on the receiving end of that strike along the near sideline.
That is the end of the first quarter.
And as referee Lee Hedrick tells us, that is the end of the first quarter. So Alabama with a 21-0 lead. They have a 227-yard offensive output to just 13 yards for Chattanooga. Coming up, second quarter from Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Rob Vaughn, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm Tyler Watts. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
NASCAR's most intense action-packed racing at a track reduced field.
hear it, and see it, unlike anywhere else.
Anybody that asks me when they're going to their first race, I'm sending them here. This is the hottest ticket in NASCAR. Don't miss the And Better Health 400 weekend at Atlanta Motor Speedway, February 23rd to the 25th. Get your tickets at atlantamotorspeedway.com.
And your live scores are brought to you on this Saturday morning by the folks at Alabama Power, proud to support the Crimson Tide. Michigan has just scored against Maryland. The Wolverines are up 7-3. First quarter right now, the Miami Hurricanes another touchdown. They're up over number 10 Louisville 14-7, and number 13 Ole Miss beating Terry Bowden and UL Monroe 7-0 in the first quarter. I'm Brian Houseworth. Let's send you back to Brian Denny in Tuscaloosa. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The first quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. Crimson Tide 21, Chattanooga nothing in the first quarter of play, as Alabama had 234 yards of total offense compared to 13 yards by Chattanooga. Jalen Milroe off to a great start, 10 for 10 in this ball game, passing for 169 yards and 1 touchdown in this game. Again, a solid start for Alabama. We're coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. Once again on the call, here's Eli Gold.
All right, Roger, thank you. I am Eli Gold with Tyler Watts to my right, Christian Miller down on the sidelines. You just heard from Roger Hoover. Chris Stewart was with us earlier visiting with the coach. Tom Stipe is our engineer producer. Butch Owens our spotter. Ethan Carabin running the Royal Furniture in-booth camera. And his dad, Jim Carabin, the boss, as now the big handoff on the first play of the second quarter. And Alabama's McClellan gets a 26-yard run and a big-time first down again. Another of the bank first downs for Alabama here this afternoon, or actually still this morning. They're now going from the 40-yard line. McClellan, the running back. Man in motion. Law goes to the far side. Here's Milroe looking, fires left side, and his first incompletion of the day as he was looking for Isaiah Bond on the far sideline. And it's interesting, he had him wide open too, and he just bounced it.
He just did not step into that throw, and it came up about 5 yards short.
So he goes 9 for his first 9 for his first 10. And nevertheless, a great start from Milroe. Second down and 10 from the 39. Milroe looks long. He's got a man wide open and overthrows Isaiah Bond about 3/4 of the way deep into the end zone to our right.
Boy, and Christian, I don't know if you were down there or not, but Bond either makes it look really easy running as fast as he is, or was he kind of throttling that a little bit there?
He might have throttled down a little bit. The safeties has got to do a better job for Chattanooga right there. He just was so slow to react, but I thought Bond might have been able to stretch out for it a little bit, but unfortunately they couldn't connect.
So now a third down upcoming and 10. Milroe with pressure off the edge, and down he goes. First sack of the ball game for Chattanooga. They are 7th nationally in their level of football, the FCS, in sacks. Bo Spearman gets that one there, and he did well getting to the quarterback.
And that's the third and long that you do not want to be in. Had 2 opportunities on first and second down to hit open receivers. You missed on them, and as a result, obvious throwing situation. Chattanooga brings 5, can't hold up long enough.
And now James Burnip with his first punt of the day. Jamoy Mays is deep watching, but it goes over everybody's head into the end zone. It'll be a 47-yard punt and no return. We have timeout with 13:26 to go in the opening half here in Tuscaloosa. It's Alabama on top 21-0 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project!
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations!
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
13:26 still to go in this second quarter. Alabama with a 21-0 lead against Chattanooga. We've been checking in with Christian Miller all throughout this ballgame, as he is our Cook's Pest Control and Centricon sideline reporter. Again, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Christian, what do you want to keep seeing from this Alabama defense?
I want to keep seeing them be aggressive, Roger. When you watch them right now, they're getting after the quarterback. Now, unfortunately, we had that targeting penalty, but so far they've really done a nice job getting after the quarterback, affecting him when they drop back to pass, so I want to see that continue.
The targeting penalty, if you're just joining us, was on Chris Braswell, the Jack linebacker, who is now ejected for the remainder of this game, but will be back in time for the Iron Bowl next week. Here now, Chattanooga on a 1st and 10. A completed pass, but the stumbling on the part of the return man, or the pass catcher, Reggie Davis,
kind of lost
brings
his footing.
up a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, kind of lost his footing as he was trying to cut back underneath Trez Marshall, who was pursuing hard. I don't believe that he was better off had he been able to stay on his feet, though. Trez would have cleaned him up pretty good.
Yeah. 2 wideouts to the far side. A running back to the right side of the quarterback. The quarterback is Luke Schomburg, in for the injured starter. Play action fake, and the throw is behind Sam Phillips. He was cutting in, and the pass was cutting out.
Well, and sometimes on these RPOs, wide receivers get a little anxious in running their route without creating some separation or even some timing. They got to understand also, when your quarterback's back there having some sort of play action pass, it takes a little bit of time. He can't get you the ball as quickly as normal.
Yeah. Chattanooga, nothing of 3. In 3rd down conversions. Here's a 3rd and 12. Ball at the 18. Reggie Davis is in it, running back now. Play action to him. No, they give it to him. And he gets it out across the 20, slanting up the right side to the 22-yard line. But Justin Aboigbe stayed right with him all the way. And it's time to punt it away to Caleb Downs. Averaging 45 yards a punt so far today is Clayton Cryle. And Downs is back to field the punt back inside his own 40 at the 38-yard line. Bama leads 21-0. 12 minutes to go until halftime. Here's the punt by Cryle, and coming up to dive and make the catch is Caleb Downs. Did a good job there after that 34-yard punt. There is no return. He looked like he got fooled on that one.
Yeah, that ball died quickly, though. It's not getting super high, which is not giving the punt returners, Caleb Downs, much opportunity to get under there and just kind of drift under it like you see on TV.
So Alabama gets the ball right back with 11:57 to go until halftime. It's a 21-0 Crimson Tide advantage here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on a guy in post-game traffic watching the post-game highlights while trying to make a left turn out of the very busy post-game parking lot. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise and the Allstate app.
Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
A caring man took a walk. He saw people suffering. Anxiety ran high. Hatred rose. I'll prepare a feast and bring them together, he thought. But some refused to join him. He was heartbroken because he wanted everyone to be filled. Not with food and wine, but with compassion.
Jesus welcomed all to the table. Visit HeGetsUs.com to learn more.
If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles, toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
11:57 left to go before halftime. Alabama 21 and Chattanooga nothing. Let's take a look at across the conference. It's presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile bringing 5G to hometowns all across the SEC. A proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama up by 3 touchdowns, but elsewhere around the conference, some tight games in non-conference play. Ole Miss a 7-0 lead against ULM in the second quarter. Second quarter as well in Starkville. Mississippi State up 10-7 on Southern Miss. And then early in the second quarter in Bryan College Station, Abilene Christian and Texas A&M tied at 7.
Wow. Thank you, Raj. While you folks are listening to words from our sponsors, the theme songs from the different arms of the United States military. We're blaring over the public address system here on this Honors to Military Day. Bama on a handoff now, going down the near sideline and getting shoved out of bounds. Jam Miller, after finding himself loose for 44 yards, he'll run down the near sideline on a huge hole at the point of attack.
Yeah, Jaden Roberts, J.C. Latham, and Robbie Oots just doing an incredible job there on the right side of that line of scrimmage. That's the biggest hole that we have probably witnessed all season long. Easy running lane there for Jam Miller.
Now Bama from the 10-yard line, 1st and goal from there. Oots is in the backfield. Here's the handoff. Still running and looking for some more room, but it gets down to the 6 for Jam Miller. Marlon Taylor, the nose tackle. He makes the stop for the Mocs. It'll bring up a 2nd and goal, officially from the 7-yard line.
Alabama loves this heavier package with both C.J. Dupree and Robbie Oots in the game.
Oots in the slot left. He'll now creep to the right side. Looks, gets the throw from the quarterback, and dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Robbie Oots. 7 yards. Robbie Oots picks up his first touchdown for the Crimson Tide.
So often they use him as a blocker, so when he fakes kicking out on that defensive end, it just kind of slides into the flat. Telly Plummer comes up from the secondary for the Mocs, but he doesn't want any part of Robbie Oots. He's a big guy, center of gravity. He's able to not only elude the tackle, but also lunge for the end zone.
So Milroe to Robbie Oots. A 7-yard touchdown. Extra point by Will Reichard. Now 17 points away from being the #1 all-time NCAA scorer. And for Milroe and the Tide, another touchdown. An impressive first half, leading 28-0.
See, on that 7-yard touchdown pass from Milroe to Robbie Oots, the Bromberg scoring drive, 3 plays, 55 yards. It took a minute 15 off the clock for Alabama to build up a 4-touchdown advantage with still 10:42 left to go in the second quarter. Coach Saban even mentioned it on Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show in the second quarter. The last time these teams played in 2016, Alabama was trailing to Chattanooga. Use that as a teaching point all throughout the week. And Tyler, once again, we're seeing a quick start for this Crimson Tide football team.
Yeah, now defense playing outstanding once again. That's multiple weeks in a row where they have really stepped up to the challenge, whether it be physically or mentally. Offensively, though, doing a really nice job of both run and pass. Nice mixture of the two. We did have the one drive on the previous possession where we did have to punt it away just because we missed opportunities. But everything there is in front of us, and the guys seem to be focused in, taking advantage of it.
Here now is Will Reichard approaching the football, and he'll kick it away, and it will sail over the head of Javin Watley. And another touchback for Will Reichard as Alabama leads by a score of 28-0. You might have heard one of the officials yelling to some of the players downstairs as they got themselves lined up for this next snap. Quarterback Luke Schomburg has Gino Appleberry in the formation, and now he'll come in motion. The running back will. He'll get the handoff, and he'll dance his way through the Alabama defense, and he'll pick up about 5 on the play, maybe 4. Be a 2nd down and 6 upcoming for Appleberry. He transferred in from Western Kentucky. And it's, you know, the transfer portal works the same way in the football bowl subdivision as it does in the football championship subdivision. So we see tons of players moving around. Here's a 2nd down and 6. Quick throw right side. Catch is made by Appleby coming out of the backfield. Trez Marshall was right there and holds him to pick up that shy of the 1st down by a yard.
It was a catch and release type of play where the ball was out of the quarterback's hands, Schomburg's hands, awfully quick, and every offensive lineman simultaneously just cut all of our defensive guys. So here are all those 3rd and short. Bet you these guys up front wearing crimson are pretty irritated right now.
Here now on a 3rd down and 1. Schomburg off the far hash mark, going right to left, a high snap. Quick throw right side, gets the 1st down as Christian Story was there to stop Watley, and he'll make the tackle right there. So for one of the infrequent times, they will move the chains, actually, for the 1st time today. That is the first down of the ball game for the Chattanooga Mocs. Starting now, 1st and 10 from their own 37-yard line. Schomburg stands on the far hash mark. Running back points to another man. They reposition the blockers. Here now the snap. Schomburg throws right side, intercepted and then dropped, but Alabama already had it out of bounds. So Christian Story with the interception as he then stepped out of bounds and then dropped the ball. So a pick by the Crimson Tide, and it's money on the Picks for Kids program.
Absolutely, Eli. For every Bama interception, participating Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $1,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. That's now 10 interceptions for Alabama, and that means $10,000 for Children's of Alabama. A special thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama who are supporting Children's of Alabama this season.
And you know, I got to correct myself. He never did drop the ball. It escaped and it was loose for a second. Then Christian recovered it and tightened his grip on it. So the ball never did come loose. He did a great job hanging on to it. Now Jam Miller in the tailback spot. Tight end in motion. Here's the give to Jam. On the 1st and 10 from the 38. He'll pick up a couple 3 yards Brings up 2nd down and 7 as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. .806 to go. Here now Milroe on a 2nd and 6. He'll call his old number, spin away, and then throws towards Dupree on the far sideline. But he couldn't hook up with C.J. Dupree. Milroe was a busy man right there on that play.
Yeah, he did everything he possibly could to extend the length of that play. And as he's scrambling out to his left, so oftentimes has pressure coming from behind, so he can't stop and set up his feet. He just has to let it go, and that ball will drift on you from right to left as you're moving that direction.
So now it's 3rd and 6. Football at the 34-yard line. 7:55 to go in the first half. Alabama leads 28-0. Milroe stands in. He steps up. Pocket breaks down. He'll scoot forward to the 31-yard line. And it's going to bring up 4th down. Now, do they bring in the kicking game? Yes, they do. Bringing in Will Reichard right here. With the holder, James Burnett. And the long snapper, Neeland Hibbett.
You know, and you think back on it, last time Alabama played here versus LSU, Reichard missed 2, so it's good for him to get out here and get an opportunity in this game.
A 50-yard field goal attempt between the hash marks. Kick goes left to right. It's on the way. It is up, and it is good. It is good. And now we're down to 14 points on the countdown as Reichard closes in on becoming the all-time scoring leader in NCAA history. A 50-yard field goal. Bama leads 31-0 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
.707 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama 31, Chattanooga nothing. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is here and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. ADPH is proud to support the Crimson Tide.
All right, Roger, thanks. Had a great meal last night at Big Mike's Steakhouse in Moundville. Ran into a guy. He came over to our table. Claudette and I, my wife and I, were having dinner. And he came over to the table and he said, I'm from Rhode Island. And he said, I come down here every year for one game. And he said, I've heard you talking about Big Mike's Steakhouse on the radio. said, I called my buddy. I said, do you know where that is? He said, yeah. He said, I'd like to go. And he said, man, it was everything you said it was and then some. So do like this gentleman did from Rhode Island. You don't have to come from Rhode Island. You can come from Holt if you'd like, or Tuscaloosa, or anywhere. Come to Big Mike's Steakhouse. Enjoy the meal. Great service. Great food. The appetizers, the entrees, the desserts. They've got locations in Thomasville, Andalusia, Gunnersville, Orange Beach, Auburn, and Moundville. You're always close to a Big Mike's Steakhouse. Visit them online at mikesteakhouse.com. You'll get the hours of operation and all the details, and you can check out their menu. Folks, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Big Mike's Steakhouse. Chattanooga now will start after the kickoff. Sails into the end zone. Luke Schomburg on the give to Gino Appleberry. And Appleberry will fight for 8 yards. The ball came loose, but he was already down. Malachi Moore was on top of the play. But again, Appleberry had already had his knee hit the turf. So it'll be a second down and a couple.
And by far the best run for the Mocs all day long there from the line of scrimmage as they pick up 8. And now the defensive front gets an opportunity to sink their heels in and see if they can stop them.
6.5 to go until halftime. Bama leads 31-0. Here now the give and a first down run. That was Appleberry, who turned it upfield after going right to left and then goes up the field to get the yardage. He ran behind McDowell that time, who is in the lineup. They break the huddle, come to the line of scrimmage on a first down and 10. Football at their own 37. Chattanooga, play action. Here's the give. And finding running room is Gino Appleberry again. And he'll fight his way out to the 48-yard line behind Evan Brown's block. The tight end sealed things and opened it up on the left side.
Yeah, and Alabama defense kind of needs to slow down a little bit. They're over pursuing on some of these stretch plays. It's something they did an excellent job at versus Kentucky last week of setting the edge and forcing everything in between the tackle box. But right now, Chattanooga is able to get to the edge, and they're finding some cutback lanes.
Mays and Phillips are wide right. First and 10 from the 48-yard line. Hand off inside to Appleberry.
More like it. Now Alabama sets the edge. Dallas Turner forces everything, the cutback lane. Then you have backside pursuit coming to clean things up for a short gain, if any.
Yeah, they'll say nothing. It'll be second down and 10. Chattanooga with the football off the near hash mark. 4:44 to go until intermission. Reggie Davis now in at running back. He's to the left rear of his quarterback, Schomburg. Schomburg playing for the injured Chase Artepius, who did not start at all. And now timeout is taken by Chattanooga.
This is their first charge timeout of the half.
So timeout for the Moccasins. And we're going to break away along with everybody else here as we near halftime. 4:23 to go until the half. It is Alabama 31, Chattanooga nothing, here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Important reminder, don't delay emergency care, especially for signs of life-threatening and severe illness and injury such as stroke, heart attack, trauma, and more. Ascension St. Vincent's ER care teams work quickly and listen to understand your health needs and deliver the care that's right for you and your family. Doctors and nurses are here for you 24/7, close to home. And you'll be connected to leading specialists and trusted providers for follow-up care. Visit ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Care.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
4 minutes, 23 seconds left to go until halftime. It's Alabama with a 31-0 lead against Chattanooga. Speaking of, 4 minutes, 23 seconds left to go until halftime. After another Alabama victory, drop on by and celebrated Full Moon Barbecue now with 16 locations. There's always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. We are 4 minutes, 23 seconds away from the Full Moon Barbecue halftime reports.
I'll tell you something. This is the kind of day that God invented for college football. Temperatures nudging up towards 70 degrees. Not a single cloud in the sky. A nice little breeze blowing. And the home team is on top 31-0, man. It doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, not for the fans, it doesn't. Players probably, especially the linemen, would prefer it be about 15 to 20 degrees cooler. But this is much nicer than what we experienced, obviously, in August and early September.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Don't forget, folks, coming up at halftime, Christian will be in the end zone talking with Coach Saban. That in-game interview brought to you, as it has for years, brought to you by Golden Flake Snack Foods, the official potato chip of the Crimson Tide. Chattanooga now to the line of scrimmage, lined up in the pistol formation until the running back shifts. McKinstry signaling his teammates on something as the man comes in motion from the far to the near side. Kool-Aid peels off to the near side as they fake the inside give, and a bullet throw across the middle is complete to Sam Phillips. Christian Story was there on the coverage. Lots going on there before the snap.
So it's a play action like an RPO, so obviously the linebackers are stepping up, and then the receiver runs just a 12-yard square in, and the ball was thrown on time right where it needed to be, low and inside away from Christian Story. Story was right there to make the tackle. He played perfect position, but when the ball is thrown on time, it's a tough offense to stop.
So it's now a 1st down and 10 from the 40-yard line. Inside give, open hole, nice deception down the left sideline, all the way to the 1-yard line. Down the left side, 39 yards, Gino Appleberry. That was great deception on the part of the game clock. It was Reed Williams, the center, who opened things up with the block, but great deception there.
Yeah, Jahai Campbell got blocked on the backside. He was kept from pursuing, and I never saw the running back step out of bounds. This is a touchdown. This is going to get overturned.
On the field is that the runner was short of the goal line. That play is under video review.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Up to 3:30.
We never saw a signal for a touchdown from any of the officials as Appleberry was stopped short. My goodness, he had a ton of running room. Well, I'm not so sure he didn't get in, but
yeah, it's a touchdown.
Wait and see. He was hit at the 1 by Malachi Moore, but his feet were inside the pylon. His feet were inside the orange pylon as he motored forward. We're now watching another replay here in the stadium. And it looked to me as though he got in. But what I think and what I see doesn't mean
Under video review, it is a touchdown.
Yep.
The runner was inside the goal line pylon.
Well, we talked about focus and discipline coming into the game, of doing things the right way every single time. That was not an impressive drive for the Alabama defense. Gave up a couple of big chunk plays. And a nice 30-yard scamper there for the touchdown for the Mocs. So definitely something to continue to work on and not lose that focus.
So the Moccasins are on the board. Clayton Cryle to attempt the extra point. Out of the hold of Schomburg. The snap by Jake Hall is good, and the kick is up and good. So Gino Appleberry picks up his 7th rushing touchdown of the season. The Bromberg scoring drive, 6 plays, 75 yards. 3 minutes and 28 seconds off the clock.
Well, and what's interesting also, Eli, I think Ty Simpson had started to loosen up a little bit, so he may have potentially been ready or Chalk to come in on this next possession, but with things changing, you may put Jalen Milroe back in and run your 2-minute offense. Well, your 3-minute offense.
Well, we'll see what happens when the Tide comes back out there. A 40-yard run by Gino Appleberry, the transfer from Western Kentucky. He had 21 carries for 113 yards against Virginia Military earlier this season. Here's a squib kick picked up by the Crimson Tide's up men, and it's going to be Bama ball at about the 35-yard line or so. Robbie Oots fielded that one on a double hop, and Alabama's got the football. Robbie Oots now can tell his grandkids, I was on the good hands team. Jalen Milroe stays in at quarterback. Jace McClellan is the running back. Couple of wides to the near side, 2 to the left. As Alabama, with 3:22 to go in the second quarter, lead 31-7. Motion by Dupree, the tight end. He goes towards the formation. Here's the snap. Milroe on the give. And McClellan bounces off 2 men. Comes to the right side. Bounces off another man and goes forward all the way down to the 32-yard line.
Boy, and right now, these defenders for Chattanooga are just bouncing off of Jace McClellan.
Yeah.
He got hit at the line of scrimmage, able to keep his feet, and then once again in the secondary.
28 yards on the pickup for Jace. Bama starts 1st and 10 now from the Chattanooga 33. Here Milroe throws to the left side on the screen. It's taken by Isaiah Bond, but he is going to get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe. Jordan Walker, the strong safety, shot through that opening and made the tackle. There'll be no gain, nor will there be a loss. So it's 2nd down and 10. Here now the give. Very little running room again for Jace McClellan. He gets manhandled and thrown down this time. Clay Fields the third. The free safety came up to make that play. And now it's 3rd down and 8. McClellan leaves. Roydell Williams will come in to give Jace a breather. Bama 3 of 5 in 3rd down conversions. Here's a 3rd and 8 with 1:47 to go, and timeout is being taken.
They had a player jump. I'm not sure if they drew us or if we're going to get called for false start.
Offside on the defense, number 57, in the neutral zone, causing a reaction by the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty where it remains 3rd down.
That was Jamar Jones from Hendersonville, Tennessee. First penalty of the day for Chattanooga. The offside call. So it's now going to be a 3rd down and 3. Big change from 3rd and 8. Roydell Williams is the running back. Man in motion, gets to the far side, and the handoff goes to Roydell. when Bond went in motion, that cleared things out for Roydell.
Yeah, and that was a big down right there for Alabama also from the standpoint of they bogged down right around this same area on the previous possession. Now aided with the offsides, able to pick it up and continue to run this clock. Just over a minute to go before half.
Bond and Benson wide to the near side, along with Dupree, the tight end. They fake the toss. Look wide open. Touchdown, Malik Benson. When they fake the toss, everybody bought it. Next thing you know, Malik's alone for a 20-yard touchdown reception.
Seen this play over and over the course of the season. It resulted in an interception at Texas A&M. Seen it a couple of times today. And by faking that little tall sweep, you're forcing those corners and linebackers obviously to come up in run support, and then you're running down the seams, occupying a safety with Isaiah Bond, and then Benson is able to clear it there on the edge. Is that his first touchdown of the year?
It is his first touchdown of the year, yes. And the kick is good. The kick is good. Not pretty, but it was good.
Oh, you got to go tighten the bolts down, the stinking uprights now.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're down to 13 points needed for Riker to become the NCAA's all-time scoring leader. The Bromberg scoring drive, 5 plays, 60 yards in 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Alabama's on top, 38-7.
Well, all I can think is just smart aleck thoughts right now after he absolutely destroyed the right upright on his extra point. Now Coach gets something to fuss at even about the kicker, right?
That's right.
Maintain your focus.
You know, I asked the coach that on the talk show, I guess 2 weeks ago after he missed those kicks, and he said, we don't tell him anything. He said, you know, he knows what he's done. He knows what he's doing. These guys have kind of like live in their own world. He said, we make sure they're working out and so on and doing great. He goes, but what am I going to teach?
True.
He said, what am I going to teach, Will Riker? Here's the kickoff now. The mocks come out. Watley to the near side. And he gets run out of bounds at the 22-yard line. He said, what am I going to tell, Riker?
All I know is I think Terrell Owens is down the sideline. He got taken out on that tackle by Terry and Arnold.
Yeah, that is Tito down there, isn't it? Terrell Owens, probably the most famous of the alums for Chattanooga.
All right, not an impressive possession for the Alabama defense last time the Mocs had the football. Now with just 56 seconds to go. This is a big opportunity for you to force a 3-and-out and get off the field.
Appleberry remains the running back. He's to the left rear of his quarterback, Luke Schaumburg. Here's the give. Appleberry runs into the arms of the Crimson Tide defenders. That was Jihad Campbell. And he'll make the stop officially at the 26-yard line. So it'll be no gain. Everybody just standing around now.
Not in a rush.
Arms on their hips. 19 seconds on the play clock. 26 on the game clock. Appleberry stays in. He gets talked to by his quarterback, Schaumburg. Play clock at 3, 2. Here's the handoff. Down goes Appleberry. And that will do it for the first half of play. Justin Mboigbe makes the tackle to end the first half of play. Alabama's on top by a score of 38-7. Coach Nick Saban will be heading towards the end zone to visit with Christian Miller as they will wait first for our friends on the TV side to do the interview. What do you learn from a game and a half like this one?
Just the mental focus of your football team. Obviously, you're the better, more talented team.
Sure.
But you have to stay focused. You find out what their mindset is, the maturity level of this football team. Obviously, it's late in the season, so you hope you already know that.
But Alabama with a comfortable lead at this point. Coach Saban being interviewed by Don Davenport from ESPN Plus. They are doing the stream of today's game, and now here's Christian.
Coach, carrying the momentum and playing to our standard has been the emphasis this week. How would you say the team has done that this half?
Yeah, I think we've done it really well for the most part. I mean, offensively, we've executed really well. We played really well on defense until that last drive. We kind of lost our intensity a little bit. So we got to play for 60 minutes, regardless of what the score is. And, hopefully we'll continue that in the second half.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Coach.
That's Coach Nick Saban. And Christian Miller, brought to you by Golden Flake, the official snack food of the Alabama Crimson Tide. So what do you expect the coach will say at halftime to the players?
That'll be the message at halftime. Maintain that focus and that discipline throughout the course or early on here. But offensively, you got to punch it in one more time. And defensively, let's just keep them from crossing midfield, keep them from having those scoring opportunities.
So that's it for the half. 38-7, the Tide's on top. Coming up, the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. That follows these messages on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here to enjoy another great football season with y'all. And guess what? The salmon are running, so make sure you try our delicious lemon garlic salmon. And for you land lovers, try our sizzling char grill flat iron Callaway steak, complemented with our special shrimp etouffee. And you'll definitely want to tackle our Alabama hot chicken, smothered in our zesty and tangy, immune-boosting special Alabama hot sauce. Baumhauer's legendary fun and legendary food.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call, Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Champions never give in. That's why Cadence Bank is the teammate to help you get the extra yardage you need to secure victory in your financial journey. Whether you're saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just need to tackle everyday life, we have the teammates, tools, and strategy to help you stay in the game. Dreams are in reach for those who never give up. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. That's cadencebank.com. Your team, your cadence. Cadence Bank, member FDIC.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by BASF, we create chemistry, and by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
At halftime, Alabama leading Chattanooga 38-7. Welcome back to Bryant-Denny Stadium. I'm Roger Hoover. The game stats and facts are brought to you by Cadence Bank, your team and your cadence. Again, Alabama up 38-7 at halftime. Jalen Milroe, 13 of 16 passing for 197 yards and 3 touchdowns in this game. Jam Miller leads the way in rushing, 5 carries for 71 yards. We've also seen rushing touchdowns by Jace McClellan and Roydale Williams, and then Jermaine Burton, 3 catches for 105 yards. He has had a reception for a touchdown. Same could be said for Malik Benson and Robbie Oots, as Alabama leads 38-7 at halftime. The prescription for success in the second half is presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs is your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. Just keep the intensity up. That certainly is what Coach Saban wants to see. You just mentioned that to Christian Miller just a moment ago, but keep the intensity up for the next 30 minutes of play as Alabama looks to close out the home schedule with a win today against Chattanooga. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Once again, our score in Tuscaloosa, Alabama 38, Chattanooga 7. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago,
I require a plant-based diet,
to making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross!
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea. It's the perfect sip of pure perfection that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time right now is 12:34. I'm Brian Houseworth, and our Alabama halftime scoreboard update is presented by Alabama Power. It's a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama Power is power for a better Alabama, and we salute our great radio affiliate of the game, the great WUUK. A lot of folks listening to us today, 97.3, 99.3 FM in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What a beautiful city that is. They call themselves Classic Country. I heard them playing some Ronnie Millsap this morning as I was driving in. Any day now. Any day now. Alabama will get done beating up on Chattanooga. Number 8, Alabama, leading Chattanooga 38-7. And let's get you our halftime highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. They're the official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics. Chattanooga, by the way, very good football team. They're getting paid $600,000 to play this game. They're playing their hearts out, and they have a fine team, well coached. They're just outmatched in this game talent-wise, 38-7 at the half. Jalen Milroe continues to impress on the afternoon, 13 of 16, 197 yards in the air. He has 3 throwing touchdowns.
McClellan lined up wide of the quarterback to the left side. Milroe gets the snap, fires a bullet. Touchdown, Alabama. Jermaine Burton at the back line of the end zone.
Eli Gold there on the call from Learfield. Burton on the day, 3 catches, 105 yards. He has a touchdown. Tide getting it done with their feet as well. Balanced offense. Tommy Reese emphasizes that. The great offensive coordinator who came in from Notre Dame. 171 yards on the ground. 2 Alabama touchdown runs.
Here now, Jace McClellan. He gets the handoff, charges forward, and the tush push. Does he get in? Let's see. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. tush push.
Eli Gold there. Not much I can really elaborate on that. It's exactly what it was. Alabama, very impressive, 38-7 in our halftime highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Texas A&M and Abilene Christian playing right now. A&M had their hands full with this team out of Abilene Christian. 17-7 right now. They're getting ready to go into the half. Mississippi State leading a feisty Southern Miss team 13-7 at the half. Right now, coming up today, number 1 Georgia, number 18 Tennessee, and tonight Georgia State at number 15 LSU. We've got the Ole Miss score. I want to get to that here in a moment. The rest of our top 25 big games coming up in college football here in a moment. Again, our halftime highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Your top 25 comes your way right after this. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is Alabama football from Learfield.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Just like the Crimson Tide, Serve Pro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama Serve Pro service location near you, simply click on ServePro.com. Serve Pro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Good afternoon, my friends. One more time across the great state of Alabama. It's 12:39. Your top 25 Alabama scoreboard brought to you by Alabama Power. It's a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama Power's power for a better Alabama. Right now, number 13 Ole Miss is leading UL Monroe 7-3. Much closer than one who would have thought. But I did say to Roger before the game, I thought Terry Bowd would have UL Monroe ready to go, and they certainly are. Just 7-3. The Rebels do have a touchdown from a familiar name.
Here comes a blitz, handoff left. Bentley to the 10, to the 5, and into the end zone. Touchdown, Ole Miss.
David Kellum there on the call. Number 3 Michigan now with 1:17 to play in the first half. They lead Maryland by a score of 23-10. Blake Corum on the day, 11 carries. He has 52 yards on the ground, and Corum with a touchdown as well. Number 12 Penn State leading Rutgers by a score of 10-3. They are in the second quarter. Miami, who has struggled most of the year. When I say struggle, they're still 6-4. They had that disaster at the end of the game with the clock a couple of weeks ago. They're up right now over number 10 Louisville by a score of 21-14 with about a minute to play in the game. All eyes coming up tonight on the top 25. Number 5 Washington, number 11 Oregon State. Huge game, not just in the Pac-12, but a huge game as well in the college football playoff rankings. We will remind everyone that if you want to listen to the game on the radio, you can also listen to a number of our radio stations across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States, including our Chattanooga affiliate. Coming up next, your second half kick. Eli, Tyler, Roger, Christian. Right after this, I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Conecuh sausage is a true Southern flavor since 1947. Using the finest ingredients, Conecuh sausage has a tradition of making great-tasting hickory-smoked sausage for over 70 years. Visit their new gift shop in Evergreen, Alabama, or shop online at ConecuhSausage.com. Conecuh Sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit Regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
On game day, success starts with a great game plan. No matter if you're at home or on the road, greatness starts here with the Ford F-150 truck. Delivering a rare combination of power and smart technology like the available class exclusive Pro Power onboard, Ford F-150 helps make great things possible. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. See owner's manual for important operating instructions. Class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GVWR.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Allstate, you're in good hands. Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by The Soup Store, your home for officially licensed Bama gear. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
The Alabama Crimson Tide 38, the Chattanooga Mocs 7. The score as we get ready to start the third quarter here at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. The Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on its first drive of the second half, then somebody I think we know pretty well on this broadcast, Pee Wee Roberts from Grand Bay, Alabama, will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. So we're coming to you live today inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. And once again, on the call as we start the third quarter, here's Eli Gold.
All right, Roger, thank you very much. As you were telling the folks, 38-7, the Crimson Tide over the Chattanooga Mocs as we begin this third quarter of play. We'll see who's in there, how deep the coaching staff feels comfortable in going in the depth chart. All of that to be answered here over the course of the next while. Don't forget, next week, our Thursday night talk show is going to be on Wednesday night. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving, of course. So our weekly Hey Coach and Nick Saban show will be coming your way next Wednesday at 6:30 from Baumhauer's Victory Grill here in Tuscaloosa. So do jot that down if you are a regular listener or even if you are not. And then Monday night we'll still have the 6 o'clock Crimson Tide Rewind. Roger and Corey Reamer will rewind today's game and look ahead to the Iron Bowl. As we are set to begin the second half, and the first kick as the others have for the most part. Sails into and out of the end zone. And Alabama kicks it away to the Mocs, who will start with the football here in the second half. If you're just joining us, Chase Artapias, the starting quarterback for Chattanooga, was injured last week, did not work during the week, and was unable to start today. So Artapias has been replaced by Luke Schaumburg, a redshirt freshman from Huntsville. Gino Appleberry is the single setback to the left rear of Schaumburg. He'll get the opening handoff here and get himself out across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Dallas Turner will grab hold of him and put him down.
You know, and that running attack for Chattanooga kind of picked up and got pretty strong there late in the second quarter.
It did.
And here on the first play of scrimmage, we condensed it really well and had them stop for a loss, and Appleberry was able to keep his feet and fall forward for several yards.
Appleberry and Reggie Davis were the two running backs that the Mocs used in the first half. Here now, a high snap and a throw across the middle is knocked away en route to Phillips. It was a good stop by Christian Story, who rattled the bones of Sam Phillips as he tried to make the grab.
And Caleb Downs was kind of in that little area as well, and he had a hand up. I'm not sure if he tipped the ball or not, but Christian Story almost came away with his second interception of the day.
He almost came away with Phillips's head. Is what he almost came away with. Here now with Phillips in motion back towards the formation. Here's the quarterback throwing. It's caught, and fighting his way for the first down is Phillips, and he will move the chains across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
One of the biggest challenges with this type of offense we talked about in the pregame is you have to maintain eye discipline as a defensive unit. You're focusing in on your keys and you're doing your job regardless of what is going on around you. A lot of eye candy here, a lot of misdirection in this offense.
Just getting going, third quarter. We're 1 minute and 9 seconds in. On a 1st and 10, here's the snap, and the inside give goes nowhere. It actually will lose a yard that time, as Appleberry couldn't get through all the traffic. It'll be a second down, and they'll give him the line of scrimmage, so it'll be a second down and 10. Football at their own 36 for the Moccasins. Alabama leading 38-7. Davis and Appleby are both in now as the running backs flank the quarterback. Man in motion as the throw across the middle, wide open. Watley, he got inside of Downs, and Watley is run out of bounds by Caleb Down around the 5-yard line. Just found himself open for a 60-yard pickup.
They motioned across the formation, and that stretched us out, but I'm not sure exactly how Watley was able to get inside of Downs as easily as he did, but there was no deep safety help for Alabama in the secondary.
None whatsoever. So now with 12:29 to go in the third, just beginning the third, Chattanooga has a 1st and goal from the 10 is where they say he stepped out of bounds. Schaumburg on the inside give. Couple of yards down to the 8 for Appleby. Or Appleberry, excuse me.
This is where you have to walk away and force a field goal. You cannot give up another touchdown. That'd be not a good way to start this half.
No. It wouldn't do much for Nick Saban's blood pressure. And hence your own blood pressure. On the second down and 8. Here's the give. Appleberry to the near side. And he'll turn the corner and get down to the 5-yard line. Gino Appleberry tied up by Quandarius Robinson. Appleberry is only 5'9", 205. Not a big guy. Chattanooga 2 of 6 in third down conversions. And they are looking at a third down and goal from the 6. Heading to the end zone to our left, the one that says Crimson Tide across the middle of it. Tight end in motion, goes to the far side. Here now, Schomburg throws into traffic, and it's knocked away by Alabama's Caleb Downs. He reached right around the intended receiver and swatted that one away.
And Quindarius Robinson, who is now filling in for Chris Braswell, also did a good job from that speed rush edge of forcing Schomburg to step up and throw the ball before he wanted to. There's a lot of traffic in there. Very dangerous throw. Very fortunate filling complete.
Here's Cryle to attempt the field goal. Kicks on the way, and it is a chip shot that is up and good. So Clayton Cryle with a field goal that wraps up that scoring drive, and we now have timeouts. Timeouts with 10:46 remaining in the third. It's Alabama on top 38-10 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
10:46 still to go in the third quarter. Alabama 38 and Chattanooga 10. Let's check in with our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter Christian Miller, again brought to us by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Christian, great to see Alabama hold the Mocs to a field goal there, but what did you see from the defense on the first drive of the second half?
Well, Roger, we've got to do a better job. They've really gone to this wide zone play a lot, that wide zone action. They're really trying to get parallel. That way they can find those cutbacks. So the best way to stop that is you got to get vertical, but you can't get too far past it. You got to force it back to your cutback players, but also be ready to cross shed and fall back on those tackles. Also on that big play, Caleb Downs he was very outside leverage in that position. That's why the receiver was able to get so open. I'm assuming he was supposed to have some type of inside help on that play. So probably some type of bust in the secondary right there, but we just got to do a better job executing and making sure we keep our foot on the gas, like Coach Saban said, going into the half.
It's like the second time we've seen that, where the help was not there today for the Tide defenders, who are expecting somebody to be helping out from the rear flank. 10:46 time remaining. Third quarter. Alabama on top 38-10. Here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Here's the squib kick. Takes a bounce. Picked up by the tight end on the far side. And Alabama will carry the football back out to the 45-yard line. Danny Lewis was the man who picked up the bouncing football.
Always hold your breath when those up guys get their hands on the ball, but Alabama very fortunate. You got all your tight ends in that area. They're used to carrying the ball in traffic.
Exactly. Danny Lewis Jr., the redshirt freshman from New Iberia, Louisiana. And a new quarterback for Alabama is Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson is now in at quarterback for the Crimson Tide, replacing Jalen Milroe. Roydell Williams, the running back. Here's Simpson, stands in, throws with a one-step drop. Amari Nyblack will make the grab. Ty Simpson comes in with a 7 of 14 passing number this year for 50%, 129 yards, 13 carries, 8 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Here now the next play. Simpson throws it on the left side, caught by Isaiah Bond, and he'll run out of bounds and get a first down for the Crimson Tide.
You know, part of me is a little shocked that Jalen Milroe is not at least starting this opening possession, especially with the fact that Chattanooga scored points. But at the same time, you also understand last week he goes down, he gets dinged up a little bit. If Simpson has to come in, he needs to have meaningful reps when the game is not necessarily on the line, but still meaningful.
Here now a give on the running back, and down the left side, Roydell Williams. And after a couple of dance moves, he'll scoot out of bounds at the 35-yard line. It'll be a 14-yard pickup. Now they say he goes out at the 27. So that's where he stepped out of bounds. It'll be a 1st and 10 from there for the Crimson Tide. Chattanooga substituting. And now flags are being thrown as the center judge and the umpire vacate their positions. And now all the officials are going to huddle around referee Lee Hedrick.
Snap infraction on the offense, number 56. That's a 5-yard penalty where it remains first down.
Chef McLaughlin, the center, apparently moving the football. So the Tide will march it back. It'll be the second flag on Alabama today for a loss of 20 yards. 9:08 to go, third quarter. Bama leads 38-10. Here now the snap, play action fake. Simpson's pass swatted out of midair by Quay Wiggles, the defensive tackle.
He had Nyblack, who free released into the flat, would have been wide open. But as you mentioned, Quay Wiggles coming off that edge. He's an edge defender, is able to jump up and get his hands on the ball.
So now a 2nd down and 15 for Alabama. Nyblack in motion, goes to the left of the formation. Defense comes up, play action fake. Simpson looks, Simpson throws, has a man wide open. He'll carry bodies with him. That's Law in for the touchdown. 32 yards to Kendrick Law, who carried bodies with him for the last 3 yards to record the points for Alabama.
Yeah, it's great to see Kendrick Law get an opportunity to get that close to the goal line and then make something. That the last 3 yards, as you mentioned, Eli, was all effort on his part to be able to drag the defenders across the goal line for the score.
And now the extra point upcoming by Will Reichard.
They're looking at it.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. That play is under video review.
All right, a 32-yard touchdown play. And did he get in or not? The officials are going to the other end of the field now, to our left, and they'll look at the video there. It's either a touchdown or it missed by a gnat's eyelash. We're looking at the pylon camera, and it looks as though he came down with the ball on the chalk line, but you know, you never know. Where did his knee hit and stuff like that? His knee might have hit at the half-yard line.
That's what they're going to try to time up, his right knee coming down.
Yeah.
And where was the ball at the time?
So we'll wait and see here. Don't forget, folks, next weekend we will be with you from Auburn. Our broadcast will begin at 11:30 in the morning next Saturday with the kickoff at 2:30. The Tide and the Auburn Tigers from Jordan-Hare Stadium on the Plains. You'll hear it all here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Now referee Lee Hedrick.
After review, video evidence shows that the runner was down short of the goal line. The ball will be placed inside the 1-yard line where it will be first and goal.
So much for the 32-yard touchdown pass from Simpson to Kendrick Law, but nevertheless, a heck of a play.
No, it was an incredible play, and it all started up front. Offensive line doing a really nice job of providing Ty Simpson plenty of time. He probably had 4 or 5 seconds to be able to survey the field and allow the routes to open up before he delivered a strike.
Justice Haynes now in at the tailback spot for Alabama. Handoff to him, and Justice is in for the touchdown. He'll pick up his first touchdown of his career for the Crimson Tide. The freshman from Buford, Georgia. And Alabama pads their lead to 44-10.
Well, it didn't take long. Just one more play is all it needed. Kendrick Law's over there scratching his head going, that was my touchdown. And he was awfully close, but he'll get plenty of other opportunities, I'm sure, in the future. But it's good to see those two guys here contributing on the previous 2 plays.
You heard the boot in the background as Will Reichard gets the extra point. He is now 12 points away from being the all-time scorer in NCAA history. Justice Haynes on that drive, and Alabama gets the lead up to 45-10 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Mario fue pintor más de 30 años. Cuando me dijo que se le estaban olvidando las cosas, fue difícil. Un día me dijeron que pintara el marco del lado por dentro y pinté el lado de afuera.
Yo le diría a la gente que le diga a su familia lo que está pasando con él.
Si algo se nota diferente, podría ser Alzheimer. Es momento de hablarlo. Visita alz.org/nuestras historias para saber más. Un mensaje de The Alzheimer's Association y The Ad Council.
8:39 left to go in the third quarter. Alabama 45 and Chattanooga 10. The Domino's Drive for Dough, we just saw it. It's presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. Of course, Bama scored on the first drive of the second half, so Pee Wee Roberts from Grand Bay, Alabama wins a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. He wins a $55 gift card, so that's a lot of pizzas he can treat us to, Eli.
Exactly. Coach Saban will probably come over. He and Pee Wee are real tight. If you don't know, Pee Wee is our habitual first caller every Thursday night on the Nick Saban Show. Speaks always about the offensive line and speaks very knowledgeably about them.
Offensive line analyst, I guess.
Yes,
yeah,
if you'd like. Yeah, but yes, Pee Wee, congratulations, man. We'll be over in a few hours. Here's the kick by Will Reichard, and it sails past Javin Watley into and out of the end zone. So Chattanooga will get the first down, the football back with a first down at their own 25-yard line. The Bromberg scoring drive, 6 plays, 55 yards in 2 minutes. And Bama's on top, 45-10. Reggie Davis is the running back now for Chattanooga. He stands to the right of his quarterback, Schaumburg. Here's the snap. Schaumburg, quick screen throw on the right side to Watley, and he'll hightail it to the Bama sideline, chased by Terry and Arnold, and he goes out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Play will pick up 5. Well, no, now they're going to say he stepped out earlier, and they're going to bring it all the way back. He picks up a yard on the play. That was all. He gets to the 26 before he stepped out of bounds. It's on the far side of the field from where we're sitting. So now it is a 2nd down and 9. Football at the 26-yard line. Here's a throw across the middle. Catch is made for a 1st down. And finding some running room and staggering his legs forward is Jamoy Mays. And he'll get to the 39-yard line.
Chattanooga's had a lot of success running these slant routes. It's an awfully difficult route to defend if you are a secondary guy. And there's plenty of windows that the ball can come in from the quarterback. So he's just trying to find where that soft area is, on the same page with his receivers. They're moving the chains here early again.
Here now the snap. It's a give. And looking for running room. There's Appleberry. Actually, that was Reggie Davis. I correct myself. Jihad Campbell came up to make the stop for the Crimson Tide on defense. Three wides to the far side, 1 to the near side. Now they'll make a substitution as Davis leaves. Bama makes a change of their own. And now everybody's moving.
Before the snap, timeout, Chattanooga. The first charge timeout of the half.
Definitely some confusion there. I know that Alabama was trying to get Quindarius Robinson back out on the field, but wasn't able to do it.
I was going to say a Canadian Football League game about broke out there. You had everybody moving for everybody. So we're going to take a break right now while the teams will reset themselves. 6:40 to go in the third. Alabama 45, Chattanooga 10 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
6:40 still to go in this third quarter. It's Alabama 45 and Chattanooga 10. Speaking of Chattanooga, let's salute our radio affiliate of the game. It's 97.3 and 99.3 FM in Chattanooga. Classic Country. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to Classic Country 97.3 and 99.3 FM in Chattanooga for carrying Crimson Tide football this season.
Great to see Davante Smith out there.
Yeah.
No, he didn't come over from Philadelphia. Don't get excited, folks.
And Christian had talked about that. Christian, they're kind of moving some guys around there in the secondary with Malachi Moore coming out.
Yeah, you see Devontae Smith, the guy who battled injury all throughout this season. He's finally getting some action. Jalen Key also is out, having to shuffle some guys around, but they've done a nice job. Christian Story, a guy who's been filling in some with some of these injuries, came up with a nice interception earlier, so good quality depth pieces on the back end.
Exactly so. Here's a 2nd down and 8 for Chattanooga. Football is at their own 40-yard line. Rolling right is Schomburg. He'll load up and throw a bullet. Nice throw, and caught on a nice jive by Phillips. It'll be close to the 1st down, but there is a flag on the play.
We'll get an ineligible man downfield.
Ineligible player downfield on the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Will be a replay of 2nd down.
Well, it was a good throw talent-wise and a nice effort on the catch, but it was the 2nd penalty of the day for Chattanooga.
And Alabama played that just about as good as you possibly can with Dallas Turner going to the cornerback. We had somebody on the flat receiver, and then Christian Story there in the back, or Devonta Smith was there in the back end, was right in the hip pocket of the receiver. It was just a well-placed ball, but
yeah,
all for nothing. It comes back.
So it brings up a 2nd down and 13. The ball's on their own 36 for Chattanooga. Alabama leading 45-10. Here now inside goes Reggie Davis, trying to plow his way forward for yardage. He'll get to the 38-yard line, but Dallas Turner and Trez Marshall were there, and it brings up a 3rd down and 10.
It's very much a rhythm offense where quarterback Schomburg wants to get the ball out of his hand. They've had a lot of success with slants as well as little 10-yard square in routes, something that he can catch, get rid of the football quickly.
Chattanooga 2 of 7 in 3rd down conversions. Waiting for the snap. Schomburg has time, has protection, takes off running. He's not going to get there running, and he throws it, and it's Jahad Campbell who knocks it out of midair at about the 45-yard line. I think he and I both realize at the same time he won't get where he needs to go if he has to keep running.
Well, Sam Phillips had kind of sat down, the wide receiver for Chattanooga. It was kind of back against the grain that Schomburg threw that ball, and you're right, Jahad Campbell looked up and hit him right in the right hand. I think he was going to make the tackle, and all of a sudden he saw the ball in his face.
Caleb Downs is back deep again for Alabama. Snap to the punter is low, but he digs it out neatly. And it's booted away. Downs has it, spins loose, gets free, cuts to the right, and he is on his high horse, running all the way. Touchdown, Alabama, 85 yards.
Well, the punt was one of the first ones all day long that was low enough to be able to return, but Caleb Downs
for an injured player
had to do a heck of a job of retreating a little bit to create some separation, some space for him to make a couple of moves. We saw a little 360 turn, and then he was able to get into the open space, and nobody was going to catch him.
The last time we saw Alabama return a punt for a touchdown was Brian Branch. He did it last year, you might remember, against Louisiana Monroe for 68 yards. This one is 85 yards. And another non-offensive touchdown for the Alabama Crimson Tide. That's their 93rd non-offensive touchdown in the Nick Saban era. Extra point kick by Reichard is up and good. And we'll keep it right here as Alabama now has taken the lead of 52-10.
Where are we on our counter? Our Will Reichard counter?
Oh, I got to check it out here. I have I had it on the other side of the chart here. Will is now 11 points shy of the all-time scoring lead in the NCAA.
Good to see Caleb Downs get that opportunity. Last week, he was a recipient of a scoop and got all the way down to the 1 yard line, but couldn't punch it across. So it's good to see him get that opportunity to take it to pay dirt.
And how about those non-offensive touchdowns? You know, we highlight them when they happen, but we're closing in on 100 now in the Nick Saban era. That's
exciting.
Remarkable.
And they're exciting, too, from a fan standpoint. You love to see the special teams or even the defense, someone who doesn't normally get into the end zone, have an opportunity to make an explosive play. And a lot of times, they're also they shift the momentum of the ball game as well.
Exactly. So the Crimson Tide now will kick it away to Chattanooga. Fair catch, says Javin Watley, and he'll make the grab at the 1 yard line, and that's where Chattanooga will start 1st and 10. So an 85-yard field goal return, or excuse me, a 85-yard kick return by Caleb Downs. And Alabama has added to their lead. It's 52-10. Now it'll be interesting to see how much deeper we go in the depth chart. Chattanooga is back to Gino Appleberry as the running back. He'll get the handoff, goes laterally, and cannot get any forward yardage. Jihad Campbell grabbed a hold of him as he went by and threw him down. Jihad ended up on the ground himself, but he made the play. I like Jihad Campbell. He has played very, very well, the sophomore from New Jersey.
He's gotten a lot of game reps this year as well, with kind of shuffling Trez Marshall as well as Deontay Lawson getting injured a couple of times. He's had to fill in and done a really good job of doing that. So as the season progresses, he steps up and participates more and more.
Now a man in motion for Chattanooga. Here's the inside handoff, and scampering forward for 8.5 yards is Appleberry. Devontae Smith comes up to make the tackle. It brings up a 3rd down and about a yard with 3:53 to go in the 3rd quarter. Alabama leads 52-10. Chattanooga 2 of 8 in 3rd down conversions. Man in motion, goes to the far side. Here's the give, and firing forward is Appleberry. And Appleberry gets across the 40 to the 41-yard line, and a 1st down for the Mocs. It's going to be their 10th 1st down of the day, to go with 18 for Alabama. The Tide now with 428 total yards to 207 for Chattanooga. 3 minutes to go on the 3rd. Ball now situated between the hash marks. Appleberry, the single, running back to the right rear of his quarterback, Schaumburg. A bit of a high snap. Schaumburg jumps, pulls it down, sticks it into the gut of Appleberry, and he gets run off the play by many, many people. Caleb Downs, Jihad Campbell.
So the previous 2 plays, Chattanooga has pretty much just gone downhill right at Alabama along that front A and B gaps, and have picked up some really good yardage. Now they go back out to the edge, and nothing's happening. So it's like every series is a little different of how they're attacking us in this running game.
2:18 to go in the 3rd. Man in motion. Quarterback pitches it out to the left side, and there's going to be limited gain right there. Maybe a yard on the near side before Devontae Smith comes up to hit Appleberry.
Well, he came up and put a lick on him, though, didn't he?
He sure did.
Appleberry had to come out.
Damon Payne Jr. also key in that play. Chattanooga 3 of 9 in 3rd down conversions, only 33% on the day. 2 wides either way. Now the tight end goes in motion. That's Evan Brown as the throw across the middle is caught, and second effort gets Chattanooga the first down. That's Javin Watley, who finally was put down. He was tied up, but they couldn't get him down, and that extra effort got him the first down.
Yeah, I believe it's Terry Arnold that came in to clean the play up, and somehow or another, he was about 2 yards shy of the yard gain. He was able to break that tackle and fall forward. Well, the 3rd and longs are the ones you really have to get off the field on.
Yeah. We're down to a minute remaining now in the 3rd. Alabama's on top 52-10. From atop the logo at midfield, there's the inside give to Reggie Davis. And Davis will get 5 yards to the 45.
You got to think this coaching staff is just saying, all right, just get us one more stop, and then we can start, front line first. Then we'll put in some other linebackers. Secondary guys always come out last, but get some other guys an opportunity to play.
James Smith is out there, the freshman from Montgomery's Carver High School. He's a big fella at 6'3", 297. Here now again the give. And Reggie Davis gets snowed under by a host of Alabama players. Caleb Downs was the first one there. Damon Payne Jr. was there as well. And we have come to the end of quarter number 3. 3 quarters in the books. Alabama comfortably in front, 52-10. Here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
And your scores are brought to you this afternoon by the great folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth. Number 13 Ole Miss leading Louisiana Monroe 28-3. They're in the 4th quarter right now. Mississippi State a commanding lead over Southern Miss 23-7. They're also in the 4th. Georgia and Tennessee will kick off here in about an hour. In Miami, hanging tough against number 10 Louisville. Cardinals only up 23-21. They're in the 3rd quarter. Let's send you back right now to Bryant-Denny Stadium. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The 3rd quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. Just like the Tide on the field, the Knox Pest Control experts respond to you with speed. Defend your home and business from unwanted pests with Knox Pest Control. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit knoxpest.com. Knox knocks them out. In those last 15 minutes, the Alabama Crimson Tide outscored the Chattanooga Mocs 14-3. So as we get ready to start the final quarter at Bryant-Denny Stadium this season, it is Alabama 52 and Chattanooga 10.
It's amazing how quickly this season has flown by, and of course it's nowhere near over yet, but that this is the final home game. It's remarkable.
You talk about finishing the game out here for these seniors. Obviously, the last opportunity. You know, they want to try to make the most of it and soak in the memories.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Getting set to begin the fourth quarter now with a 52-10 lead for the Crimson Tide. Bama with 428 total yards of offense to 221 for Chattanooga. Milroe 13 of 16, 197 yards, 3 touchdowns. And Simpson 3 of 4, 46 yards. As the first play is whistled dead with motion.
False start on the offense, number 52. It's a 5-yard penalty where it remains third down.
We weren't lined up properly, so we're adjusting, scrambling right there when they snapped the ball. And somehow or another, we're able to throw an incomplete pass because of the pressure we were able to bring. And they're aided by a daggum false start. It's not fair.
You sound like an old quarterback.
No, it's sound like an old man.
All right.
But this is the down and distance where we have struggled here in the second half to get off the field.
Here now the give. Chattanooga on a 3rd down and 12. Reggie Davis carries the ball to the near sideline. Bama just letting that play out, and now it's time to punt it away. Clayton Cryle will boot it away to Caleb Downs. You think Kool-Aid has lost his job as the punt returner?
That's a good question. I know that when he came over to the sideline after the fumble, he wasn't getting yelled at, but he was getting spoken to or talked to.
Here's the punt, and it goes sailing into the end zone and out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. It'll be a 48-yard punt and no return, and we've got timeout on the field. Timeout with 14:16 to go in the ball game. It's Alabama 52, Chattanooga 10, here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the college football superfan who painted their back window in school colors and their side windows and the mirrors and most of the windshield. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise in the Allstate app.
Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
14-16 left to go in this game. Alabama 52 and Chattanooga 10. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX, the official attendance for today's game. Again, a large crowd on hand. The official capacity here is 100,077 fans. We've seen that figure a lot throughout this Crimson Tide football season. ATIX is the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans here today to cheer on the Tide against Chattanooga.
Good folks at ATIX. If you've never used them, you need to. We've gone all sorts of events, from Stanley Cup playoffs to basketball to concerts. You can trust ATIX, AAATIX.com. Jam Miller is the running back. James Brockermeyer has taken over for McLaughlin at center. Here now the handoff to Jam, and he'll go from the 20 out to the 25-yard line, maybe the 26. Kobe Joseph, the weak side linebacker, makes the tackle. How difficult, Tyler, when you deal with one center, and granted in this day and age when you're working out of the shotgun, it may not be as critical as in the old days when most guys were under center.
Right.
But when you change a center right here, and we'll talk more after this play, here's the snap. Simpson looks, throws right side, in and out of the hands of Jalen Hale, incomplete at the 35 or the 25. How difficult is it to adjust to a new center?
You know, you try to work throughout camp and then obviously throughout the course of the season of working with different guys in small increments. Now, a majority of the work is done with a starting center and starting quarterback, but there is a little differences between this one and that one. But as you mentioned, when you're going in the gun, there's more room for error, and it's probably not as big of a deal.
Yeah. I remember asking that of Kenny Stabler years ago, and the answer was pretty much the same. As now whistles sound and somebody moves.
Start on the offense, number 54. That's a 5-yard penalty where it remains third down.
That was Miles McVeigh, the Alabama right tackle from East St. Louis, Illinois, who picked the Tide over Michigan State, Missouri, Oregon, Texas A&M, and many others. He's the number 16 offensive tackle out of high school, says ESPN. He's guilty of the move there. And here now is a 3rd down and 9 for the Crimson Tide. Ty Simpson, the quarterback, drops back, looks, chased out of the pocket, 20, 25, 30. First down, 35, 40, 45 down the near sideline. He's going to go all the way. Simpson, touchdown, Alabama, 79 yards. With gazelle-like efficiency.
Oh, I'm not laughing at anything other than the fact that you caught Chattanooga in basically an all-out blitz. They had man coverage across the board so that when Ty Simpson is able to break containment and get into the open field, all of the secondary guys' backs are to him. He's able to get to the sideline, and I guarantee you after about a 40 or 50-yard gain, he was saying, I want to score, but somebody please tackle me. My legs are hurting.
He takes it all the way. Ty Simpson, a run. $79 yards. They're checking to see whether he had stepped out at around the 10.
Running on the field is a touchdown. That play is under video review.
I looked at it, and I couldn't tell because of the angle and because of the sun. The official who was ahead of the play looked back because he thought he might have stepped out, but by the time he looked, if he had stepped out, it had already happened. So they're going to check the video again. He was hugging in that left sideline.
Well, you'd think he'd be looking. I mean, there's nobody around him. There's no reason to even get near the sideline.
The fans in the grandstands, who are not official referees but think they are, they say he made it. As they look at the review, the official review on the Giants screens. But Lee Hedrick, the replay official, John Bible, plus the gentleman at the replay center in Birmingham, will look at it again. And the review is continuing, but still, nevertheless, great to see the way Ty Simpson can take off and go. That'll be the 14th carry of the year for him. He had 13 carries for 8 yards and 2 touchdowns. And now Lee Hedrick will talk.
After video review, evidence shows that the runner dropped the ball prior to breaking the goal line plane. The fumble occurred inside the 1-yard line where it rolled dead in the end zone. By rule, the ball will be returned to the 1.5-yard line where it will be first and goal.
Wow.
They jumped on it. It would have been their ball.
Yeah. He dropped it before he broke the plane of the goal line. You know, we're seeing that a lot.
We saw it for a little period there, and then people started realizing, hey, they're calling this.
Yeah.
And really, why not take it all the way in?
They did it a couple of weeks ago in some game I saw.
Yeah, you score a touchdown, hold that ball as long as you can.
Yeah.
Show everybody. Now you got a quarterback sneaker, right?
I guess. Wow.
Very fortunate, though, that Chattanooga didn't jump on that, or that it didn't go out of bounds in the end zone.
Richard Young is in now at the tailback spot. And he will take it in for the touchdown. So it cost Ty Simpson a big 79-yard touchdown, but it doesn't cost Alabama any points.
Running game really starting to develop here in the second half, isn't it? The line of scrimmage, even though it's the second team unit, doing a good job at not only opening up the holes running, but also in protection. Ty Simpson on that long scamper, plenty of time to deliver the ball, even with the pressure coming from Chattanooga.
Now they need to reset the play clock. They never stopped the clock. Now they have reset it to 25 as Will Reichard waits for the snap from Neeland Hibbett. The hold of James Burnip. Extra point. Up and good. So now it'll be 10 points needed for Reichard to become the NCAA's all-time scoring leader. The Crimson Tide on top now by a score of 59-10 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Dos Equis knows college football game day is filled with iconic traditions. The fight songs, the mascots, the rivalries. The pregame text to your ex for her dad's cable login so you and your buddy can stream the game even though you promised last season you were just about to get your own subscription. Whatever your game day ritual is, make sure you're doing it with a real one. Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2023 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer last year and had chemo and radiation at DCH's Lewis and Faye Madison Cancer Center. I'm thankful for the support of my nurse Kate, my breast navigator Katrina, my doctors, and the whole staff. I have felt confident like I was the most important person there, before, during, and after. Tuscaloosa is blessed to have such an excellent team at the Madison Cancer Center.
Great things are happening at DCH.
.04 left to go in Tuscaloosa. It is Alabama 59 and Chattanooga 10. Best move of the game is presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Got to give it to Ty Simpson, 78 yards as it turned out. Wish it was 79 for the touchdown, but still moving down the field like he did. That was great to see just a moment ago for the Crimson Tide. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union. And once again on the call, Eli Gold.
All right, Roger, thank you very much. And we've seen now Connor Talty, the freshman from Chicago, out to kick off for the Crimson Tide, giving Will Reichard a break right here. Will, of course, has had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 extra points already today, plus kickoffs. So Talty will put the football in the air. It sails to the 4. And here's Jamal Hayes He'll bring out. Mays spins across the 20-yard line, and that's where Chattanooga will be going to work. 1st and 10. I would guess that if Bama scores again, we'll still see Reichert come out to kick the extra point.
I would think so.
Yeah, with the record in sight the way it is. But Talty is the future.
But who do we see at quarterback moving forward? Does Ty Simpson get another crack at it, or we'll start working our way down?
We'll find out.
Got to get there first, don't we?
Yes, we do. Chattanooga is going to go to work. 1st and 10. Appleberry is the running back now, starting at the 20-yard line. Here's the inside handoff, and it gets out to the 25. That was Devontae Smith. You know, every time I say that, I feel weird. You know, this obviously is another Devontae Smith, but boy, has he ever had a career in the NFL, huh? He's done well.
Yes, he has. Several new faces along the defensive front as well for Alabama.
Yep. Here's the snap. Throw to the near side, and it's out of bounds. He had tight coverage there on the part of Trey Amos. But Jamoy Mays couldn't get to it. It was out of bounds.
Yeah. Tried to go with the back shoulder throw, but it was well out of play.
4 of 11 in 3rd down conversions. That's what the mocks are. This wraps up their schedule, by the way. Chattanooga, their regular season ends today. Here now the handoff, and turning the corner is Davis. He'll go to the far sideline and stays in bounds as he is tackled with virtually no gain. Jahad Campbell and James Smith combining on the tackle.
Timeout for a player injury.
Can't see who is down around all the trainers there. Christian, is that Quandarius Robinson?
It is, Eli. He was going in to help clean up that tackle, and he kind of hit his head on the offensive lineman. It looked like he kind of snapped his neck a little bit. He just got up and he's walking off, so that's good news.
Good news. Thank you for that update quickly. Quandarius Robinson from Jackson Olin High School in Birmingham. He picked Alabama over Auburn, Florida, LSU, Tennessee. He's a good one.
Yeah. Comes in kind of a 3rd down specialist with the speed.
Yep.
Christian talked about that package a lot over the course of the year.
Averaging 43 yards a punt is Chattanooga. Looking now at a 4th down and 6. 11:31 to go in the ball game. Alabama leading 59-10. And here's a 4th down and 6. Caleb Downs is back deep for the Tide. Low snap. And Cryle punts it away. Downs over the shoulder. Makes a grab at the 20. Puts the brakes on at the 18. Goes laterally back up the right sideline. And will then step out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Timeout. 11:06 to go in the game. Bama up 59-10 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans,
Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
11:06 to go in the fourth quarter. Alabama with a 59-10 lead against Chattanooga. Even though we haven't seen a sack by the Crimson Tide in this ballgame, the Crimson Tide sack count this season is presented by Guthrie's. It's America's original chicken finger restaurant and now an official partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Get a sack full at Guthrie's. Chris Braswell was close to having one before it was flagged due to targeting earlier in the game. But again, the sack count always presented by Guthrie's. And still, Tyler, good to see this Crimson Tide defense play the kind of game we've seen today, only allowing 10 points.
Obviously overmanning this this Chattanooga team. They're not UT Chattanooga anymore, are they?
No, they're the Mocs. They're UTC. They're Chattanooga. But who knows?
We've definitely outmatched them, though, defensively. But done exactly what we were supposed to. Really eliminated the big plays outside of a couple of slants here and there that were probably more from busted coverages, as Christian Miller has pointed out. But defensively, really gotten after it.
Justice Haynes, who had himself a touchdown run earlier today. He's into the right rear of the quarterback. As Alabama now has Simpson getting the snap, giving it to Haynes. And Justice will fight up to the 30-yard line. Kobe Joseph, who's been one of the more active linebackers for the Mocs today, picks up that tackle. Brings up a 2nd down and 6. 10:45 to go in this one. 2 wideouts either way. In motion, Danny Lewis Jr. at tight end. And a run up the middle. Nothing there for the Tide. Play just gets back to the line of scrimmage. Chris Victor made a nice stop at defensive end for Chattanooga. Don't forget, next week, 11:30 in the morning, we're on the air from Auburn with the kickoff at 2:30 in the afternoon. That is next Saturday from Jordan-Hare. In motion now, the Tide waiting for a throw by Simpson. Catch is made at the 34-yard line. That was Cole Adams who was given the call right there. First catch of the year for Cole.
And unfortunately, he's a little shy of the first down, so they'll go ahead and punt it away.
And here comes Burnip, semifinalist for the Ray Guy Award. Jamoy Mays is deep for the Mocs, standing back at his own 20. It will be going right to left, and it's in the air. A nice booming kick, and the grab by Mays, who rolls forward after the 44-yard punt and no return. 9 minutes and 6 seconds. 9:06. Time remaining in the ball game. Alabama up 59-10. Don't forget, Monday, Crimson Tide Rewind with Roger anchoring the show. He and Corey Reamer together at Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Vestavia. Then Wednesday of this week is the Nick Saban Show. Hey, Coach, in the Nick Saban Show, we move it from Thursday to Wednesday because of Thanksgiving. Here now the give, Chris Houston, another mock running back. We have seen Appleberry, Houston, and Davis as their runners today. And he goes up the middle and gets very little, if any. Maybe a yard. 2nd down and 9. No rush. Schomburg brings a man in motion. Handoff goes to the far side, and there was nothing there. Great reactions on the part of the Crimson Tide defensive front.
Edric Hill, not only did he fight off the tackler, the offensive guard for Chattanooga, but he was also kept his feet in the hole. And you got to think about it, man. Tackling on a little elusive little running back can be pretty difficult for a defensive lineman in open field, but he did a really nice job of staying in an athletic position and made the tackle for a loss.
Jeremiah Alexander out there now for the Tide. Sean Murphy out there for the Crimson Tide as well. Keanu Coote is out there for Alabama as the snap is handed off. And oh my goodness.
Speaking of Coote.
Yeah, speaking of Coote, he came right up, the redshirt sophomore from Vero Beach, and he lowered the boom. If you know that last name, Coote, it's spelled K-O-H-T. You might remember his brother, Lars, who was a defensive lineman in college and played with the Seattle Seahawks on the Denver Broncos for a while. He picked Alabama over LSU. Keanu Coote did. And there are whistles blowing a mile a minute here.
False start on the offense, number 27. That's a 5-yard penalty where it remains 4th down.
4th flag of the day on Chattanooga. Both teams now going very, very deep into their depth chart, but that's good.
Yes, both sides.
Yes.
Chattanooga to bring near as many players as what Alabama has dressed out to be in a non-conference. Dress as many people as you want to for Alabama, and they're taking probably put the entire team out here on the sidelines today.
Yeah.
Jake Pope doing a chicken dance down there. I don't know what that's about.
False start on the offense, number 5. That's a 5-yard penalty where it remains 4th down.
That'll be the 5th penalty of the day. And again, all these names are well deep into the roster. Cameron Brown for Chattanooga. And the kick is not a good one. It bounces at midfield and then comes back. And it's going to be down at the Alabama 46-yard line. It will be a 39-yard punt from scrimmage. And we have a timeout. 6:15 remaining in the ball game. Bama 59, Chattanooga 10. Here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Don't you mean fa la 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 la?
Nope, we're shaking things up.
Whatever you say.
Shake things up this season at the Toyotathon sales event. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 24 months, plus $500 holiday bonus cash. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through December 5th, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3638 do it signing. No security deposit. With select equipment, $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coach and quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today.
Oh, let's go!
Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Alabama Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-833-7-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLS Consumer Access.org, number 3030.
If you want the perfect holiday shopping shortcut, I've got 3 words. Get to Kohl's. I just went and found great gifts for even greater deals, like toys for up to 25% off. And with my 20% coupon, I got fleece for my family under $20 and a cookware set for under $75. Plus, I got $10 off home finds as a Kohl's Rewards member. So if you want the season's best for less, you know where to go. Select styles. Toys, coupons do not apply. Kohl's Rewards offer and 20% offer end November 18th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Pretty good. Alabama 59 and Chattanooga 10 as we have 6:15 remaining in this game in Tuscaloosa. Make sure you stay with us after the ball game for the region's 5th quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Thanks, Raj. Taking a look at who's in now for Alabama. We've seen Elijah Pritchett now come in, the redshirt freshman at left tackle. We mentioned James Brockermeyer, who had come in to take over at center. Miles McVeigh, we mentioned him before at right tackle. Olas Alonen from Pori, Finland. He is in. And now Dylan Lonergan is going to come in and quarterback the Crimson Tide. Tell you, he had some really good moments in the scrimmages and all. Richard Young is in at running back. Here's the give. Young trying to dance around a man. Couldn't do so on a 1st and 10 from the 46. But I liked Lonergan in the preseason.
He looked very comfortable back there in the pocket throughout camp, and just his command of the offense. Made some really nice plays, and then made a couple of plays that any freshman would make.
Yeah. 2nd down and 10. Snap. Lonergan looks, throws, complete near side, across the 50, down to the 47. Danny Lewis Jr. there to pick up that catch and try to carry bodies with him.
Tell you, that was a really nice catch, too, because it was well contested. He had a man all over him, and he's able to go up and use his strong hands to snag it away for a nice gain. Probably in 4-down territory here, just run the ball twice.
Yeah. It's a 3rd down and 4. Football is at the Chattanooga 48. Here's the keeper by Lonergan. He'll go to the right side. He's got the 1st down before he is gang tackled and pushed the other direction. But he got the 1st down, and they will now move the chains with 5 minutes remaining in the ball game.
Really nice job of blocking out there on the outside edge. Couldn't tell exactly that. It might have been Cole Adams. You also have Emmanuel Henderson in the ball game.
Yep. So nice to see all these guys getting playing time. 4:39 to go. Bama leading 59-10. Here's the snap. Lonergan throws near side. Catch is made. And spinning around is Cole Adams. As we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Shaz Preston now checks in for Alabama as a wide receiver. And now the inside handoff to Justice Haynes. And on a 2nd down and 3, he'll pick up the necessary yardage. And they move the chains. 3:44 to go in this one. Wilkin Formby is now in. Montgomery is now in. Formby from here in Tuscaloosa at Northridge High School. He's in at right tackle now. Here's the give again. Justice Haynes, left side. He's got running room. He's running it to the goal line. Touchdown, Alabama. Justice Haynes, 33 yards. And this is not Alabama pouring it on, folks. These are routine off-tackle plays and what have you. They're just going for touchdowns.
Yeah, and I tell you what else I'm most impressive with, though, is the pride that this second-team offensive line has established out here, that they're displaying. Another guy, Rock Montgomery, is in at left guard for Alabama. So this play, I'm sure, will be reviewed as well. They'll find some reason to pull it off the board, but it's a heck of a job by that offensive line and the running backs for Alabama.
Now, Olaus Alonen, the guy from Finland, the touchdown will stand. He threw a nice block on that play. Alonen did. 3:17 to go in the ball game. Extra point is up for Will Reichard, and he is now down to 9 points needed to set the NCAA all-time scoring record. 9 points, which is probably the tally he'll carry into Auburn next weekend, although you never know, but that's likely the tally, and that certainly is doable.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, we hope it's all on touchdowns, though, right? Extra points. We had discussed that in the break.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to be selling for field goals down in Jordan-Hare.
That's next Saturday on the air at 11:30 in the morning with the kickoff at 2:30. The Bromberg scoring drive here, 6 plays, 54 yards in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Connor Talty now comes in, and he will do the kicking for Alabama here on the kickoff, as he did a little bit ago. The Tide's on top, 66-10.
Quindarius Robinson's back out on the field, so that's good. You remember, he kind of got knocked a little silly out there on the sideline, but he seems to be fine as well.
The kick. And they're going to bring it out. That's Jamoy Mays. Brings it out across the 20 to the 27-yard line. This obviously is the largest margin of points given up by the Moccasins this year. They gave up 52 in their loss to Western Carolina. But here at 66-10, the largest point total that they have yielded on the season. Last time Bama scored this many was last year against Louisiana Monroe. They scored 63 here on September 17th of last year. Now Reggie Davis gets the handoff, and he'll carry the football on a 1st and 10. Picks up maybe a yard.
Sean Murphy, Jordan Renaud on the tackle. Look, I want to call these guys names as much as possible.
Right.
Because
you're exactly right. They're just moving in and out like
they do it Monday through Friday. They deserve it on Saturday.
Exactly. Mitchell out there. Here's a 2nd down and 8. Bray Hubbard is out there. Inside handoff, nothing. Bama's defense just gobbling up Reggie Davis.
It's amazing how obviously Chattanooga doing some things a little different as well. Not quite as aggressive, very one-dimensional right now, but the guys out there on the field right now, this is your depth moving forward. These are the guys you're going to be calling. They need all the experience that they can get to put that game film, because they are definitely being, Christian could probably speak to this more than us, and dealt with this, but they're being evaluated.
They are. Antonio Kite is out there, the freshman from Anniston. Jake Pope is out there, the freshman from Buford, Georgia. Here now on a 3rd and 6. The handoff, and it goes nowhere again. Christian, these guys are playing, not just playing, but they're taking advantage of the opportunity and playing well.
They're playing extremely well, Eli. And that's the one rule, right, is if these guys are going to get that opportunity to come in the ball game, they've got to uphold the standard. And so far, they've really done that. I mean, they look hungry. They look eager. They're aggressive. They've done a really nice job, Eli, and I'm really pleased with that. And to y'all's point, you're right. Every time you're on a football field, you're being evaluated. It's a job interview. So these guys know that, and they're being rewarded. Like Tyler said, I mean, they work hard in practice. They give great looks all season long. So it's nice to see them finally get their opportunity on a Saturday.
Here now a punt that Caleb Downs lets go. It'll take a roll, and it will roll into the end zone for a touchback. The Mocs had a guy back there, but he couldn't make the play. It'll be a 67-yard punt and no return. So we're down to 46 seconds remaining in this ball game. Alabama will go to 10-1 on the year. They stay, of course, at 7-0 in conference play, as this is a non-conference affair. Chattanooga will end the year at 7-up and 4 down. And tomorrow, the NCAA selection will determine who makes the postseason in the FCF, the football championship subdivision. They were one of the last 4 outs last year, Chattanooga was. And they were hoping to keep this game somewhat respectable, as the term was told to me, so as to be in, if not one of the first 4 out again. But
hey, they scored 10 points, though. They had some explosive plays against one of the better defenses in the country. Offensively, you can tell that when they're hitting on all cylinders, this could be something that's a little bit of a challenge to stop.
And don't forget they don't have their quarterback.
Right.
You know, that was one of the big things here today. Now taking a knee again is Dylan Lonergan, and this one is in the books as Alabama. Coach Nick Saban makes his way to midfield. Rusty Wright comes out to meet him there. They chat briefly and then go their respective ways as Alabama takes it by a final of 66-10. So much achievement on the part of the defense. Christian, let me get your report card.
Eli, I thought we played well. Obviously, there's a few plays that we probably want to get back, but other than that, we did a nice job. And yeah, you know, it's Chattanooga, and they didn't have their starting quarterback, but the whole message this whole week was to uphold our standard and continue that momentum, and I thought we did that today. We had a couple turnovers. This is nice things on defense, so some good things that you can carry over into next week when you go on the road and face Auburn, because we know that's going to be a tough challenge, but I think this team is prepared for it.
I believe so. And Tyler, your thoughts?
Well, on the offensive side, I thought the intensity was good out the gates. I thought they established the run, hit a couple of home runs. You knew that you were going to outman your opponent, but we took advantage. It didn't slop around. I think that's what everyone was looking for, just to make sure that we were mentally prepared. So, good win. Now you're on to the one that matters the most for everyone here in the state of Alabama, the one that we all have circled, and regardless of what their season has been like, we have got to be mentally locked in and emotionally locked into that ball game next Saturday down in Auburn.
The Iron Bowl from Jordan-Hare Stadium. Our broadcast next Saturday begins at 11:30 in the morning. 11:30 in the morning with the kickoff at 2:30 in the afternoon. Hopefully you can join us all for the broadcast. Should be quite the day, as the Iron Bowl always is. Don't forget, Monday, Crimson Tide Rewind at 6. Wednesday night, because of Thanksgiving, we moved the Nick Saban show to Wednesday at Baumhauer's Victory Grill here in Tuscaloosa, and then we'll be with you on Saturday from Auburn. A big happy Thanksgiving to all of you listening in. Hope you have a wonderful week with your family. For the whole crew, Tyler Watts, Christian Miller, Roger Hoover, Chris Stewart, Tom Stipe, Butch Owens, Ethan Carabin, and Jim Carabin, and of course, back at the studio, Mr. Kelly, taking care of everything on the board. I'm Eli Gold. Thanks so much for joining us. Stay tuned now, everybody. The post-game show is next from here in Tuscaloosa as Bama wins 66-10. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
During the pandemic, we put a lot on hold. One of the things missed may have been keeping up with our regularly scheduled vaccinations. Hi, I'm Dallas Turner.
And I'm Rodell Williams. We're here to remind everyone across the state to protect the entire Bama community by staying up to date with all recommended vaccinations.
Flu season is coming, and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate.
Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM to learn more about how you can stay safe and up to date on vaccinations for you and your children.
Stay safe and roll tide.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Regions' fifth quarter show. Regions, the official bank of the SEC. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Toyota, visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Final score from Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama 66 and Chattanooga 10. Roger Hoover, Tyler Watts, glad to welcome you to the Regions' fifth quarter show. Show your Tide pride and get a win for your wallet with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. Order now at regions.com/GoBama. Tyler Watts, once again, an early start for the Crimson Tide, but once again, a fast start offensively, defensively, getting out to a 21-0 lead and then never looking back.
Yeah, taking the open possession, scoring in, 3 or 4 plays, and then doing it again and again and again, and then defensively, outstanding job. I think at one point they were 0 for 4 or 5 on third down conversions, so did a good job of getting off the field. Overall, we talked about intensity coming out of the tunnel. Thought that the team had it overall. You could tell that they were mentally locked in, and then also the eye discipline of the defensive unit of just not biting in on some of those play-action fakes on the quick slants, the quick hitters to the edge. We rallied around the ball carrier whenever they did have a catch, so overall, really nice performance.
Really nice performance as Alabama wins by 56. Again, the final score, Alabama 66 and Chattanooga 10. We're just getting started with the Region's fifth quarter show, and this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tackle your to-do list this season and find the right Aetna Medicare plan for you in your home state of Alabama. With Aetna Medicare Advantage plans, you can get a $0 monthly plan premium with hospital, medical, and prescription drug coverage. Plans also include dental, vision, and an over-the-counter benefit. Be the star quarterback of your health. Call us for a personalized coverage review now. 1-833-771-7542. TTY 711.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our SNPs have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plan depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Red Diamond knows that prepping for the perfect holiday meal isn't always easy. From making sure there's an option for your cousin Steve from Chicago,
I require a plant-based diet,
to making sure your father-in-law's favorite is on the table.
Boiled Brussels sprouts? Gross.
The holidays can be hard. Thankfully, you've got fresh brewed Red Diamond iced tea that always brings people together. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
PNC Bank is proud to serve and celebrate the places we call home. And to share that pride, we're helping you put your passion front and center with the Crimson Tide PNC Bank Visa debit card. We're proud to support the Crimson Tide PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you at PNC.com. Visa is a registered trademark of the Visa International Service Association and used under license. Copyright 2022. The PNC Financial Services Group Incorporated. All rights reserved. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Connecticut sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, everybody knows. That's how I get my grill on. Connecticut sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Hey, son, how are you feeling?
I'm fine, Pops.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Navigating without a compass, I was waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, loss of who you thought you was.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Alabama wins 66-10, the final score against Chattanooga. Tide fans, be sure to join me and Corey Reamer coming up Monday night, 6 p.m. for Crimson Tide Rewind. It's presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, live from Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Vestavia Hills. Legendary fun, legendary food, Baumhauer's Victory Grill. We will hear from the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Nick Saban, coming up shortly, as, again, he was pretty positive at halftime when he met with Christian Miller. How about with the way Alabama finished this game, Tyler, playing a very strong second half?
Yeah, I think you got to be pleased, especially once the second-team guys came in, that they maintained that focus and the discipline that we had talked about, the intensity. They were very mindful of what their job was out there, and kind of just rehashing it for these seniors once again, is soaking it all in. The last experience out here, I was just what I think is so cool is I was just watching Zarian Courtney. He's a senior wide receiver out there at midfield, taking as many pictures in his full uniform, trying to soak in that last opportunity here in this stadium.
It really does mean a lot, and you talked about it as well with Eli later in the broadcast. So many second-team players, even down the depth chart as far as you can go, getting some opportunities to play. And for somebody like Justice Haynes, he gained some valuable film today and more valuable experience that will help him once he does have a larger role in this offense.
You know, and I'm sure that the coaches know exactly. Obviously, they know what he's capable of. They wouldn't have brought him here if not. But they see what he does Monday through Friday. But there's still one little piece missing. You need to know in front of the stand, in front of the fans, and in this environment, how a guy performs. Some do better than others. Some, believe it or not, still choke when they get in front of other people in front of this large venue. But Justin Haynes has done an outstanding job all season long in the limited touches that he's had. But you saw a glimpse there of what the future holds for both he and Jam Miller at that running back position.
Definitely look forward to that in the future. Again, Alabama earns this victory 66-10 against Chattanooga in the final home game of the season. We'll continue with more in just a few moments. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This is Christian Miller for the Good Feet Store. I know from playing football at Alabama and in the NFL that if you have foot, knee, hip, or back pain, it can be a huge challenge. The Good Feet Store is designed to personally fit you with arch supports that alleviate and even eliminate your pain altogether. Try them before you buy them. They're in your free, no obligation, personalized fitting, and you can wear them home the same day. So if you're looking to improve your game, the Good Feet Store has you covered. Stop in for a free, personalized fitting today. Roll to victory at goodfeet.com. That's goodfeet.com. Roll Tide.
During the pandemic, we put a lot on hold. One of the things missed may have been keeping up with our regularly scheduled vaccinations. Hi, I'm Dallas Turner.
And I'm Rodell Williams. We're here to remind everyone across the state to protect the entire Bama community by staying up to date with all recommended vaccinations.
Flu season is coming, and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate.
Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM to learn more about how you can stay safe and up to date on vaccinations for you and your children.
Stay safe and roll Tide.
When the unexpected happens in business, your insurance coverage is the real MVP. Your local agent and their partner Frankenmuth Insurance are true team players. We provide unique coverage to tackle risk head-on so you can stay in the game. Let's get frank about your business insurance. To find a local agent today, visit Frankenmuth Insurance at www.fmins.com. That's www.fmins.com.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Coming up shortly, we'll be hearing from the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Nick Saban. His post-game press conference always powered by Tri-Green Equipment. Just like the Crimson Tide dominates on the field, John Deere equipment from Tri-Green conquers the land. From gridiron glory to green fields, history and horsepower are on our side. Tri-Green Equipment, proud sponsors of Alabama football. Tyler Watts, we always talk about the 24-hour rule with Alabama football. 24 hours to either feel good about the win, sulk about the loss, and then you get refocused and ready to go for the next opponent.
Right.
Is that timeline moved up at all with this win and knowing what's ahead against Auburn?
That's a fair question. I every year we go through this. It's not like it's catching us on Thanksgiving week for the first time ever. I'm sure that with the condensed week, you kind of have to gear it up here pretty quick. But you got to remember, the scouting has occurred on all the opponents throughout the course of the year, every single week. So you have some analyst that is breaking it down for you. So they'll get in here tomorrow, put it together. I'm sure that there will be some sort of alternative schedule to the week for these players and these coaches with Thanksgiving coming up on Thursday. But you got to get prepared because this one matters. I mean, they all matter, but this one matters a lot more.
It certainly does. And again, matters for the Crimson Tide, again, for the rivalry just alone. It matters there
Sure.
with what Alabama wants to do. And yes, Alabama has punched its ticket for the SEC West, but even as we've seen, Alabama needs some help with some teams in front of them still in the college football playoff rankings. Got to keep this momentum rolling, getting set for that SEC
You do, but you also have to put yourself in a position to be considered if those things come into play, or even if they don't come into play. And winning dominantly in a dominant fashion matters. And I'm not saying that you go in there with a mindset, but you definitely must have that intensity to play a full 4 quarters. And if you're ever to do that, your talent is going to put you in that type of position. But this next week is the most important one, and then obviously on to the SEC Championship. But even going over to Atlanta, you'll want to have that momentum behind you and know that you played a game in a hostile environment down in Auburn.
Absolutely. So the Crimson Tide earned this win against Chattanooga. 66-10 is the final score. The offense certainly was there. The defense there for the Crimson Tide as well. And hopefully by the time we get to Jordan-Hare Stadium, we get to see this full roster pretty much, full complement of Alabama players, some key guys getting healthy.
Not sure if Jalen Key will be back or not. He wasn't even dressed out today, so didn't even participate at all during the course of practice. He was in street clothes. But Deontay Lawson is a guy you definitely need back. You want to have that depth there at that linebacker position, as well as just the plays that he has had under his belt, the experience that he brings to the table. And he's a leader of this defensive unit. But offensively, looks like we're relatively healthy. Just got to keep on keeping on. We keep praising the play of Caleb Downs, and for good reason, with what he's done as a freshman. But how about adding dynamic punt returning to his resume? That's pretty cool. He got an opportunity. He was able to make a couple things happen there. Obviously, the big, long touchdown run. So sure hands is the number one thing. Secure the football. If you get an opportunity to advance it, do that. But most importantly, catch it where it hits. Don't let it hit and bounce or even fumble. Certainly not. So the Crimson Tide, again, pick up this victory against Chattanooga. 66-10 is the final score. Jalen Milroe played only in the first half for the Crimson Tide. 13 of 16 passing, 197 yards, 3 touchdowns. Very efficient from him. Once again, like we saw against Kentucky last week. Took care of the football as well, and that's another thing. Didn't force anyone even when things were breaking down. He saw what the defense was given. He understood what the game plan was. He understood down and distance situation, took advantage of it, made the most of his short outing here today. And certainly good to see that for the Crimson Tide with Jalen Milroe at quarterback. Also got to see a little bit of Ty Simpson, Dylan Lonergan, just as a former quarterback. Your thoughts on those two? Dylan Lonergan, you really didn't get too much. I mean, he hit a couple of passes, which was good to see. Ran for a first down. It was good to see him get dirty. But Ty Simpson stepped in. He was accurate with the football, delivered it on time where it needed to go. And then obviously the long pass or the long run.